welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. I knew my house, every door, every hallway, every creaky floorboard. But this morning, as I walked down the hall, I stopped short. A door stood at the end of the corridor, one I was certain had never existed before. The air near it smelled stale, thick with dust and something faintly floral. My fingers hesitated on the knob, and as I pressed my ear against the wood, I heard something shift inside. The hallway itself felt different, narrower somehow, the walls pressing in just slightly. I ran my hand along the faded wallpaper, feeling a subtle vibration beneath my fingertips. The house had always been quiet in the mornings, but this silence felt heavy, expectant, as if the very air was holding its breath. I stepped back, blinking hard. Perhaps I was still dreaming. I closed my eyes, counted to 10, and opened them again. The door remained, its dark wood frame standing in stark contrast against the cream-colored wall. I took out my phone and snapped a picture, needing proof that I wasn't imagining things. The screen showed exactly what my eyes saw: a door where no door should be. My rational mind searched for explanations. A forgotten entrance to storage space. Impossible. I'd lived here for years. A renovation done while I slept. Absurd. Yet the alternative, that a door had simply materialized overnight, seemed even more ludicrous. I approached again, this time with determination. The brass doorknob felt cool against my palm, surprisingly heavy. It turned with a soft click that echoed down the hallway. I pushed, and the door swung inward on silent hinges. The room beyond was bathed in a soft, diffuse light that seemed to have no source. It was furnished sparsely: a wooden desk against one wall, a single chair, a bookshelf filled with volumes whose titles I couldn't quite make out. A small window showed a view I didn't recognize: rolling hills under an overcast sky, though my house was surrounded by other homes in a suburban neighborhood. "Hello," my voice sounded muffled, as if the air itself was absorbing the sound. No answer came, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had just left. The chair was pulled out slightly, and what looked like fresh ink glistened on a piece of paper on the desk. I crossed the threshold. The temperature dropped noticeably, raising goosebumps on my arms. The floor creaked beneath my feet, not the familiar creaks I knew from the rest of the house, but a different timbre entirely. I moved toward the desk, drawn to the paper with its still wet ink. It contained a single line of text in handwriting that looked eerily like my own: "Welcome back." My heart hammered against my ribs. I had never been in this room before, of that I was certain. I turned to leave, only to find the doorway through which I'd entered was now a blank wall. No door, no handle, no way out. Panic surged through me. I pressed my palms against the wall where the door had been, feeling for any crack or seam. Nothing, just solid, cool plaster. I spun around, surveying the room again. The window caught my attention, perhaps an escape route. As I approached it, the view changed. The rolling hills morphed into a forest, dense with trees that seemed to sway though no wind was apparent. I placed my hand on the glass. It felt like touching the surface of water, cool and slightly yielding. When I pulled back, my fingertips were dry, but left faint ripples across the glass that slowly settled. The books on the shelf began to whisper. Not metaphorically, actual whispers emerged from between the pages, too quiet to make out words, but distinct enough to recognize as voices. Dozens of them overlapping, creating a soft cacophony that made my skin crawl. I grabbed one book, pulling it from the shelf. It fell open in my hands, pages flipping of their own accord until they settled. The text swam before my eyes, reforming into words I could understand. The observer becomes the observed. The room studies you as you study it. I slammed the book shut, but the whispering continued, now from all around me. The walls seemed to pulse slightly, a subtle rhythm like breathing. The ink on the paper at the desk began to spread, forming new words. You created this space. You've always known it was here. No, I said aloud, my voice strangely firm despite my rising fear. This isn't possible. I took out my phone again, planning to call for help, but the screen showed only static. As I watched, the static formed patterns almost like a face watching me. The chair at the desk moved slightly, scraping against the floor, not as if someone invisible sat in it, but as if the chair itself was shifting position of its own accord. The desk drawer slid open with a soft, deliberate movement. Inside lay a journal, my journal, the one I kept by my bedside. I approached slowly, picked it up with trembling hands. The pages were filled with my handwriting, detailing dreams I'd never remembered having all about this room. According to the journal, I'd been visiting this place in my sleep for months. The entries detailed conversations with someone or something that resided here. The final entry, dated last night, read, "Tomorrow, the boundary will thin enough for a physical crossing. The room will manifest and the exchange can begin." Exchange, the word sent ice through my veins. What was being exchanged, and with whom? The light in the room dimmed slightly, and in the corner, shadows began to gather and deepen. They formed a vaguely human shape, though proportioned, wrong limbs too long, head slightly too large. It made no move toward me, but I could feel its attention, heavy and intent. "What do you want?" I asked, surprised at how steady my voice remained. The shadow didn't speak, but the journal in my hands grew warm. New words appeared on the page I was holding, the ink bleeding up from within the paper. "To exist in your world as you will exist in mine." Understanding crashed over me in a terrible wave. This wasn't just a room that had appeared, it was a threshold, a point where two realities overlapped, and something wanted to cross over, using me as its vessel. I backed away from the shadow, clutching the journal to my chest. "I won't let you," I said. The shadow tilted its too large head, and although it had no visible eyes, I could feel its gaze. The whispers from the books grew louder, more insistent. "Too late," they seemed to say. "The process has begun." I looked down at my hands and felt my breath catch. My skin had taken on a slight transparency, like tracing paper held up to light. Through the ghostly outline of my fingers, I could see the floor beneath. The shadow figure took a step forward, its movement fluid yet wrong, like seeing a film played at slightly the wrong speed. As it moved, I noticed it becoming more solid, more defined. In desperate panic, I lunged for the desk, grabbing the paper with its mysterious ink. I crumpled it in my fist and felt a surge of satisfaction when the shadow flickered, momentarily destabilized. Understanding dawned. The written word held power here. This was how the exchange was facilitated, through the journal, through the writing. I tore out a blank page from the journal and found a pen in the desk drawer. The shadow recovered, moving closer. My body felt increasingly insubstantial, parts of me fading like morning mist under sun. I began to write, my pen flying across the paper, The door reappears, the boundary strengthens, the exchange is reversed. The shadow lunged, its form stretching impossibly, reaching for the paper. I kept writing, even as spectral fingers closed around my wrist. They passed partially through my flesh, leaving a numbing cold in their wake. I reject this exchange, I wrote, the words burning into the paper with unexpected intensity. I reclaim my substance. I return to my reality alone. The room began to shake. Books fell from shelves. The window cracked, spiderwebbing outward from a central point. The shadow emitted a sound not heard with ears, but felt in the bones, a screech of frustration and rage. I finished writing with a final, decisive stroke. The room that wasn't there yesterday will not be there tomorrow. Light flared from the paper, blindingly bright. The shadow creature recoiled, its form breaking apart. The walls of the room began to dissolve, colors running like wet paint. I felt a violent tug, as if some invisible hook had caught me behind the navel and yanked. I woke on the hallway floor, the morning sun streaming through windows. No door stood at the corridor's end, just the familiar wall, adorned with a family photograph. My body felt solid, real, present. But in my hand was a crumpled piece of paper. I smoothed it out with shaking fingers. It was blank, save for a single smudge of ink in one corner. That night I went to bed with every light in the house blazing. I placed my journal on the nightstand, open to a blank page with a pen beside it just in case. As exhaustion finally pulled me towards sleep, I thought I heard a whisper from the direction of the hallway. Not words exactly, but a promise. We weren't finished, the voice seemed to say. Realities once connected could not be so easily separated. And somewhere in a place only accessible through dreams and crossed boundaries, a room waited patiently for my return. As I drift now between wakefulness and sleep each night, I keep a notebook close, not to record my dreams, but to defend against them, to write my own reality before something else can write it for me. But ink is running low, and my eyes grow heavy, and sometimes I wonder if the words I'm writing are truly my own anymore. Story 2, the cabin was supposed to be empty, untouched for years. But as I stepped inside, brushing away cobwebs, I noticed something strange, a staircase leading downward where no basement should have been. The scent of damp stone drifted up from the darkness, carrying something else, something metallic. My flashlight flickered as I took the first step, the wooden boards groaning underfoot, and from somewhere below I heard the echo of footsteps. I froze, the sound stopped too. The beam of my light trembled across rough-hewn walls as I descended further, each step taking me deeper into a chill that seemed to seep into my bones. This wasn't on any floor plan I'd seen when inheriting this property from my distant uncle, a man I'd met only once, whose eyes never quite focused on anything in the room. The stairs went down much farther than physically possible, given the terrain surrounding the cabin. By my count, I should have been well below ground level, yet the descent continued. I ran my fingers along the wall for stability, recoiling at the sensation. The surface felt warm, almost skin-like, with a subtle pulse beneath my fingertips. I told myself it was just the vibration of an underground stream, or perhaps my own heightened senses playing tricks. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting breaking the silence. My voice didn't echo as expected. Instead, it seemed to be absorbed by the walls, swallowed into the strange, flesh-like material. The air grew thicker as I reached what appeared to be the bottom, a narrow corridor stretching into darkness beyond my light's reach. The metallic smell intensified, mingling with something earthy and primal. Not decay exactly, but change like forest soil after rainfall, teeming with unseen life. I documented everything on my phone, taking pictures and notes, though the images came out blurred, as if the camera couldn't quite focus on what was actually there. In one photo, I noticed what looked like handprints on the walls, visible only through the lens and not to my naked eye. Sleep came fitfully that night in the cabin above. I dreamt of the staircase widening, contracting, breathing. In the morning light, I convinced myself I'd exaggerated everything. The strange corridor was likely just an old root cellar, and my imagination had transformed it into something more sinister. I decided to investigate during daylight. This time I brought proper equipment, a better flashlight, my camera, measuring tape, and a notebook. Scientific documentation would dispel the irrational fear. But the staircase had changed. The walls now displayed faint patterns, geometric shapes that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. The steps themselves felt steeper, yet I counted the same number as before. The temperature dropped with each step, my breath forming clouds that lingered too long before dissipating. "This is just an unusual architectural feature," I whispered to myself, the words falling dead in the thick air. I began measuring the dimensions, but the numbers made no sense. The width of the corridor varied with each measurement, sometimes by inches, sometimes by feet. I photographed everything methodically, but when reviewing the images upstairs, discovered they all showed different configurations of the space. In one, the corridor stretched endlessly. In another, it curved in a way I hadn't perceived while there. The third showed a door that hadn't existed during my exploration. That night I heard a soft percussion of movement from below, not footsteps exactly, but rhythmic, like fingers tapping. I placed a glass on the floor, watching as ripples formed on the water's surface in perfect synchronization with the sounds. I became obsessed with understanding the phenomenon. I installed motion sensors, sound recorders, even brought in an infrared camera borrowed from a skeptical friend. Each device malfunctioned in unique ways. The motion sensors triggered continuously. The sound recorders captured whispers in a language that linguistic software failed to identify. The infrared camera showed temperature fluctuations forming distinct patterns across the walls, patterns that resembled neural networks. My friend stopped answering my calls after listening to the recordings. I started keeping a journal, documenting changes to the staircase and corridor. The writing helped maintain my sanity, creating an anchor to rational thought even as the walls began to sweat a clear, odorless fluid that evaporated without trace. The day I found my handprint embedded in the wall was the day everything changed. I had never pressed my hand into the surface, yet there it was, a perfect impression, matching every line and whorl of my palm. Beside it, another print, smaller, with 6 fingers. I touched my handprint and the wall pulsed beneath my fingers. The smaller print began to seep a dark fluid that moved upward, defying gravity, forming rivulets that traced the corridor ceiling. That night I awoke to find myself standing at the top of the staircase, my hand outstretched toward the darkness. I had no memory of leaving my bed. The air from below carried the scent of ozone now, electric and sharp. I began to hear voices emanating from my electronic devices. My phone would ring with no caller identified, and when I answered, I heard what sounded like my own voice speaking words I didn't understand. My laptop screen displayed fragmented images of the corridor when idle, though I had taken no new photographs. One morning I discovered writing on the corridor walls, intricate symbols carved with precision. They hadn't been there the previous day. When I returned with my camera, the symbols had changed position, rearranging themselves into new configurations. I started talking to the staircase, asking questions into the darkness. Sometimes the tapping responded, following patterns that almost made sense. I recorded these interactions, trying to establish communication through simple mathematical sequences. The responses grew more complex, eventually outpacing my ability to recognize the patterns. My sleep became invaded by visions of vast underground spaces where gravity behaved differently. I dreamt of creatures that existed between dimensions, perceiving our reality as we might perceive a shadow. They were trying to reach through, using the staircase as a bridge. The breaking point came when I found my journal entries changing. Words I had written transformed overnight, letters rearranging into those strange symbols I'd seen on the walls. Pages filled with writing I didn't remember creating, describing events that hadn't happened or hadn't happened yet. I decided to seal the staircase. I purchased concrete, wood, and tools, determined to close off whatever was happening below. As I prepared the materials, all the light bulbs in the cabin shattered simultaneously. In the sudden darkness, I felt the floor vibrate beneath my feet. The staircase had never looked more inviting than it did then, a rectangle of perfect darkness, bordered by walls that now seemed to emit their own faint luminescence. At the bottom, where the corridor had been, now stood an open door, beyond which I glimpsed something impossible. I saw myself standing in a different place, looking back through what appeared to be an identical doorway. This other self raised a hand in greeting, face bearing an expression of profound understanding. I fled the cabin that night, driving until dawn, stopping only when my car inexplicably died on a deserted stretch of road. While waiting for help, I opened my phone to call for assistance, but instead found hundreds of photos I hadn't taken, all showing different versions of the staircase, the corridor, the door. In each successive image, the door opened wider. The final photo showed what lay beyond completely. I dropped my phone as if it had burned me. I never returned to the cabin, but I carry the staircase with me. Sometimes, when entering unfamiliar buildings, I notice the first step of a stairwell feels exactly like that first step had felt. When this happens, I avoid taking the second step at all costs. My dreams remain connected to whatever exists below. I wake often with my hand outstretched toward nothing, fingers arranged in patterns I don't consciously understand. Recently, I've noticed small changes in my reflection, subtle adjustments to my features, as if something is slowly reshaping me. Most disturbing of all, I've begun to detect that same metallic scent in places where it shouldn't exist. It follows me, growing stronger when I'm alone. And sometimes, in completely silent rooms, I hear the faint echo of footsteps behind me, perfectly matching my own rhythm, but always one step behind. Until they are. Story 3, it was just an old porcelain doll, forgotten in the attic beneath layers of dust and moth-eaten blankets. Its dress was faded, its glassy eyes half closed. I picked it up, brushing the grime from its face, and the air around me grew thick with the scent of stale perfume. As I turned to set it down, something in my gut twisted. The doll's eyes were open, now wide, unblinking, and I hadn't touched them. I placed it carefully on a wooden trunk, my fingers lingering on its cold cheek. The rational part of my brain insisted it was a simple trick of the light, or perhaps some mechanical feature triggered by movement. Yet I couldn't shake the sensation that those painted eyes followed me as I continued sorting through the forgotten treasures of my grandmother's attic. The wind whispered against the roof tiles, shifting shadows across the floorboards. I returned to my task, cataloging items for the estate sale, but found myself glancing at the doll repeatedly. Each time its posture seemed slightly different: a tilted head, a hand no longer resting in its lap but hanging by its side. "You're being ridiculous," I muttered to myself, the sound of my voice oddly muffled in the dusty air. I decided to document everything properly, so I took out my phone and snapped photos of the larger furniture pieces. When I reviewed the images, my breath caught in my throat. In each photo, the doll appeared in the background, though I was certain I hadn't moved it there. In the final image, it stood at the edge of the frame, its painted lips curved into what could only be described as a smile. I dropped my phone, the screen cracking against the hardwood. Static erupted from the device, forming patterns that almost resembled words. Backing away, I bumped into something solid yet yielding. The doll stood behind me, impossibly, its porcelain head now reaching my shoulder. That night I brought the doll home, though I couldn't explain why. Some compulsion drove me to wrap it carefully in newspaper and place it in my passenger seat. The rational part of my mind screamed warnings, but my hands moved with purpose, as if guided by invisible strings. I set it on my nightstand before falling into a restless sleep filled with dreams of tiny footsteps and the sensation of small, cold fingers tracing patterns on my skin. Morning light revealed nothing amiss, and I laughed at my foolishness. The doll sat precisely where I'd left it, innocent and ordinary in daylight. I decided to research its origins, photographing maker's marks and distinctive features. When I examined the digital images, I noticed tiny handprints in the dust around the doll, handprints too small to be mine. I began documenting everything. In my journal, I recorded temperature drops whenever I entered the room where the doll sat. My voice recorder captured faint, childlike humming when played back at higher volumes. I found myself waking each night at the same moment, the air heavy with that same stale perfume from the attic. The walls of my bedroom seemed to breathe sometimes, expanding slightly when I pressed my palm against them. Objects shifted positions when I wasn't looking, nothing dramatic, just subtle changes that made me question my perception. A coffee mug moved from counter to table. Books rearranged themselves on shelves. And always, the doll appeared in unexpected places, though I never saw it move. I sought validation from others. My friend visited and picked up the doll, commenting on its craftsmanship. When she set it down and turned away, I watched in horrified fascination as one porcelain finger twitched, then curled. My friend saw nothing, even when I insisted she look again. "Maybe you should get some rest," she suggested, concern etching her features. "You seem stressed." That night I locked the doll in a box, secured with 3 padlocks. I placed the box in my closet and wedged a chair under the doorknob. Exhausted, I collapsed into bed, drifting into uneasy sleep. A weight on my chest woke me. The doll sat there, its cold porcelain hands splayed across my sternum, its face inches from mine. Its eyes were no longer painted but wet and blinking, irises expanding and contracting like living tissue. The smell of perfume was suffocating now, mixed with something earthy and rotten. I tried to scream but found my voice trapped in my throat. The doll tilted its head, its neck making a grinding sound like stone against stone. "I've been waiting for someone who sees," it whispered, voice like rustling paper. "Someone who notices." I closed my eyes, willing myself to wake from this nightmare. When I opened them again, the doll was back on the nightstand, motionless and ordinary, but a small indentation remained on my bedspread where it had sat. I decided to record everything with a video camera, setting it up in the corner of my bedroom. The footage revealed nothing unusual until the third night, when at exactly midnight, static consumed the screen for 7 seconds. When the image cleared, the doll had vanished from its shelf, only to reappear moments later in a different position. My investigation became an obsession. I researched the history of my grandmother's house, discovering that a child had vanished there decades ago. The newspapers described a favorite toy, a porcelain doll in a blue dress. I found photographs of the missing child holding what appeared to be the very doll now in my possession. I should have gotten rid of it then. Instead, I confronted it. "What do you want?" I asked the doll one evening, feeling both ridiculous and terrified. The temperature plummeted. My breath formed clouds in the suddenly frigid air. The lights flickered, then stabilized at half their normal brightness. And the doll turned its head toward me in one smooth, impossible motion. "Company," came a voice from everywhere and nowhere. That night I packed the doll in a box lined with salt and drove far away from my home. I buried the box deep in the earth of a deserted field, marking the spot with stones arranged in a pattern I felt compelled to create without understanding why. Relief lasted exactly 1 day. When I returned home, muddy footprints tiny, child-sized, led from my front door to my bedroom. On my pillow sat a small porcelain hand, broken at the wrist, fingers curled as if beckoning. I fled to a hotel, but woke to find the scent of stale perfume permeating the room. In the bathroom mirror, my reflection smiled back at me even as I remained stone-faced with horror. My eyes looked different, somehow glassy, painted. Now I sit writing this final entry in my documentation. My skin feels strange, harder, smoother. When I knock against the desk, my knuckles make a sound like porcelain against wood. The transformation progresses daily. My joints stiffen. My voice sounds increasingly mechanical. I understand now that the doll wasn't possessed, it was a vessel, a container. And I, in my curiosity, provided something far more valuable than company. I offered awareness, acknowledgement, belief. This morning I found a small girl in my living room, playing with toys. She looked up as I entered, her eyes widening in delight. "My new doll," she exclaimed, reaching for me with tiny, warm hands. I tried to back away, but my body moved forward instead, arms outstretched, my mouth fixed in a permanent smile. She grabbed me, her living fingers warm against my cooling skin, and carried me to her collection. As my consciousness fades into this porcelain prison, one thought remains. Somewhere in the world, another curious soul is discovering an old doll in an attic, brushing dust from its face, puzzling over eyes that seem to blink, never suspecting that those eyes contain everything that once was me. And behind me on the shelf, the original doll watches, its empty vessel waiting for its next occupant, its painted lips curved in a knowing smile. Story 4, the first time I heard it, I thought it was just the pipe's soft murmurs echoing up from the kitchen sink. But last night, as I stood washing dishes, I heard it clearly. A voice, low and hushed, whispering words I didn't understand. The scent of damp metal filled the air, sharp and bitter. I turned off the faucet, my hands trembling. The whispering stopped, and then from deep inside the drain, something knocked. I stepped back, water dripping from my fingers onto the tile floor. The knock came again, 3 distinct taps against metal. My rational mind insisted it was water pressure or the old plumbing settling. Yet something deeper, more primal, recognized it as deliberate, a signal meant for me. That night I slept poorly, my dreams filled with flowing water and distant voices calling my name from underground passages. I woke to the taste of copper in my mouth and the lingering sensation of dampness on my skin, though my bedroom was dry. Morning brought clarity and doubt. Standing before the sink with sunlight streaming through the window, I felt foolish. Houses make noises, pipes talk. I reached for the faucet and hesitated, my hand hovering above the metal handle. With a deep breath, I turned it on. Nothing unusual happened. Water flowed normally, splashing against stainless steel. I relaxed, shoulders dropping as tension melted away. I cupped my hands under the stream, bent to splash my face, and froze. Behind the innocent rush of water, underneath it somehow, a whisper formed words, "I see you now." My heart lurched. I jerked upright, water spraying across my shirt. The drain gurgled, almost like laughter. I spent that day researching plumbing issues online, reading about water hammers and trapped air. None of it explained what I'd heard. By evening, I had convinced myself it was stress, lack of sleep, an overactive imagination. I ordered takeout to avoid using the sink. Night fell, the house creaked and settled around me as I sat in my living room, television murmuring in the background. My gaze kept drifting toward the kitchen doorway. The darkness beyond seemed deeper than usual, as if something waited there. I caught myself holding my breath, listening. From the kitchen came the soft, unmistakable sound of dripping water. I hadn't left the faucet running. I knew I hadn't. With trembling legs, I crossed to the doorway. The kitchen lay in shadow, moonlight casting a pale rectangle across the floor. The sink gleamed dully in the dark, a single drop falling from the faucet. The sound echoed louder than it should have. Drip, drip, drip. I reached for the light switch, fingers fumbling against the wall. "Don't," whispered the voice from the drain. My hand froze, the air grew thick, difficult to breathe. A heavy smell permeated the room, not just metal now, but something organic, like wet soil and decay. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely audible. The dripping stopped, silence stretched between us, dense and expectant. "Not who," came the reply, each word sliding up from the depths. "What?" I flicked on the light, the brightness stung my eyes. The kitchen appeared normal, unchanged. Yet something felt wrong, the proportions slightly off, shadows lingering where they shouldn't. I approached the sink cautiously. Nothing moved within the drain, but the metal rim appeared tarnished, darkened with a substance that hadn't been there before. I leaned closer. The discoloration formed a pattern, almost like script in a language I didn't recognize. My scientific mind demanded evidence. I needed to document this, to prove to myself I wasn't losing my grip on reality. I grabbed my phone, opened the camera app, and bent to photograph the strange markings. The screen showed only an ordinary sink drain. I looked up from the phone, back to the sink with my naked eye. The markings remained, clearer now, seeming to pulse slightly as if breathing. I took more photos. In each one, the drain appeared normal. "You can't capture me that way," the voice said, now stronger, almost amused. I dropped the phone. It clattered into the sink, sliding toward the drain. I lunged for it, fingers closing around the case just as it reached the edge of the dark opening. Something cold and damp touched my fingertips from below. I yanked my hand back, heart hammering against my ribs. The phone came with it, screen now covered with a thin film of oily residue that smelled of stagnant water. That night I covered the drain with a plate weighted down by books. I filled the bathroom sink with water, watching closely for any disturbance. Nothing happened. I began to wonder if I needed professional help, not a plumber, but a therapist. Morning came. I approached the kitchen cautiously. The plate remained in place, books untouched. Relief flooded through me as I removed them, half expecting something to burst forth from the drain. Nothing did. I decided to test my sanity. With deliberate movements, I filled a glass with water from the tap and drank it down. It tasted normal. I waited, staring at the sink, daring the voice to return. Silent. Days passed without incident. The memory began to fade like a strange dream. I used the sink normally again, though I never lingered over it longer than necessary. A week later, brushing my teeth, I noticed my reflection in the bathroom mirror looked strange, paler than usual, eyes somehow deeper. I leaned closer, examining my face. Water from my toothbrush dripped into the bathroom sink. "I'm inside you now," whispered a voice that came from my own throat. I spat violently, gagging as cold fear washed through me. The taste in my mouth had changed metallic, stagnant. I stumbled to the kitchen, fumbling for the phone to call someone, anyone. As I passed the sink, I heard soft laughter. The skin on my arms prickled with goosebumps. Slowly, I raised my hands before my eyes. Fine, dark lines had appeared beneath the surface, like veins filled with ink instead of blood. They pulsed slightly, forming patterns similar to the markings I'd seen on the drain. I scrubbed at my arms frantically, skin reddening under the assault. The marks remained, seeming to shift and flow with my movements. That night my fever spiked. I lay in bed, sheets damp with sweat, as the markings spread across my torso, my legs, my face. In the darkness, they emitted a faint, phosphorescent glow. I could feel something moving through me, following the network of dark lines, exploring my body from within. When I coughed, water spilled from my lips, tasting of rust and ancient things. By morning, the fever broke. I stumbled to the bathroom, dreading what the mirror would show. My reflection appeared normal again, no markings, no strange pallor. Relief washed over me. Then I noticed the odd silence. I pressed a hand to my chest, feeling for a heartbeat. Instead of the familiar rhythm, I felt a different movement, a slow, steady pulse like water flowing through pipes. I live differently now. Food has lost its appeal, but I find myself constantly thirsty. I keep bottles of water everywhere, drinking endlessly without satisfaction. My skin remains cool to the touch, slightly damp regardless of the temperature. Sometimes, standing near plumbing, I can hear conversations from distant houses, traveling through the network of pipes that connects us all. I understand now that we're never truly separate, that beneath our constructed barriers, everything flows together. At night, I often find myself in the kitchen, bent over the sink, whispering into the drain. I'm not certain anymore which direction the voice is traveling. Yesterday, my neighbor commented on the strange sounds coming from my apartment. Like rushing water, she said, and someone talking. I smiled and apologized for the noise. She stepped back slightly, eyes widening. "Your teeth," she whispered, "they look different." I closed my mouth quickly, but caught my reflection in her glasses just for a moment. My teeth had become dark, tarnished metal, like old pipes left too long underground. I feel the change progressing, my bones hollow, filling with something that isn't blood. My thoughts flow differently now, connecting in new patterns. I understand things I never could before. But I wonder, in moments of fading humanity, what happens when the transformation completes. Will I simply dissolve one day, flowing down into the darkness below? Or will I remain here, a human shell filled with something else, whispering to others through their drains, calling them to join me? Because now I know the truth it spreads, it wants to spread, and I can no longer tell where its desires end and mine begin. Last night, someone new moved into the apartment upstairs. I heard them running water, the pipes groaning with pressure. I placed my hand against the wall, feeling the vibrations, and for the first time I felt the urge to reach out, to whisper, to invite them to listen. After all, everyone has a drain. Everyone must eventually wash away the day. And I'll be waiting just beneath the surface when they do. Story 5. I had lived here for years. I knew every house on my street, every yard, every tree. But tonight, as I glanced out the kitchen window, my stomach twisted. The house across the street wasn't there anymore. In its place stood something older, taller, its windows dark and empty. The air smelled of wet earth and something faintly sweet, like rotting fruit. And then, just before I turned away, I saw it, a shadow in one of the windows, watching me. I blinked hard, convinced my eyes were playing tricks. When I looked again, the familiar blue colonial with its white picket fence should have returned. It didn't. The decrepit Victorian remained, its weathered siding the color of an old bruise, its roof sagging in the middle like a spine about to snap. The logical explanation was exhaustion. I'd been working late shifts all week, barely sleeping between them. My mind was simply filling gaps with strange images. I drew the curtains closed, made some tea, and resolved to get a good night's rest. But sleep refused to come. In the darkness of my bedroom, I could feel something different in the air, a heaviness, as if the atmosphere itself had thickened. The walls seemed to inhale and exhale with subtle movements. Each creak of the house made my heart stutter. Morning brought relief. Sunlight streamed through my bedroom window, and I almost laughed at my midnight anxieties. I stretched, made breakfast, and deliberately avoided looking out the kitchen window until I'd finished my coffee. When I finally mustered the courage to peek outside, the blue colonial stood exactly where it always had, cheerful and ordinary. That evening, as dusk approached, I found myself drawn back to the window. The colonial was still there, but something about it seemed off, the paint a shade darker, perhaps, or the windows positioned slightly differently than I remembered. I watched it through dinner, waiting. As darkness fell completely, the transformation began. It wasn't immediate. The colonial seemed to blur at the edges, like watercolors bleeding into paper. Then its shape began to stretch upward, windows migrating and multiplying, paint darkening and peeling away in strips that disappeared into the night. Within minutes, the Victorian stood in its place once more. My breath fogged the glass as I stared. This was impossible, yet the evidence stood before me, mocking reason. I grabbed my phone and took several pictures. When I checked them, they showed only the familiar colonial bathed in streetlight. I moved to different windows in my house. From the living room, the colonial. From the upstairs bathroom, the colonial. Only from the kitchen window did the Victorian appear. That night I slept on the couch, away from the kitchen. My dreams were filled with corridors that stretched and contracted as I walked them, doors that led to rooms that shouldn't exist, and always at the edges of my vision, a figure watching from a distance. The next day I called in sick. I needed to understand what was happening. After checking that the colonial was safely in place by daylight, I set up a video camera aimed at the kitchen window, recording continuously. Then I waited. By afternoon, my curiosity overcame my fear. I began researching the history of my neighborhood. The local historical society website mentioned that before the current houses were built, the area had been home to a handful of Victorian mansions belonging to wealthy factory owners. Most had burned or been demolished by the early 20th century. One photo in particular caught my attention, a tall, gabled house with an ornate porch and multiple chimneys. The caption read, "The Henderson Estate, demolished 1912 after the disappearance of the entire family." The house in the grainy black and white image was unmistakably the one I'd seen from my window. As dusk approached, I returned to the kitchen. The camera was still recording. Through the window, I watched the colonial begin its unsettling metamorphosis once more. When the Victorian fully materialized, I noticed more details than before: curtains hanging in tatters, a porch swing moving gently despite the absence of wind, and strange symbols carved into the front door that seemed to shift when I tried to focus on them. The shadow appeared again, this time in an upper window. It was more defined now, the silhouette of a person standing perfectly still, facing my house. I raised my hand, almost involuntarily. The figure raised its hand in return. I snatched up my camera and took more photos. This time when I checked them, one single image showed a blur where the colonial should have been. The others remained unchanged. That night I decided to watch the video footage. The recording showed the colonial throughout, never changing, never becoming the Victorian. But at the exact moment when I had seen the shadow figure raise its hand, there was a strange distortion in the video, a warping of the image that lasted only seconds. I couldn't sleep. Instead, I found myself back at the kitchen window at midnight. The Victorian was fully visible now, and lights had appeared in several of its windows, not electric lights, but the warm, flickering glow of candles or oil lamps. Shadows moved behind the curtains, suggesting multiple figures. The figure in the upper window remained, still watching. As I stared, it pressed its hand against the glass. Without thinking, I pressed my hand against my own window in response. The glass beneath my palm turned ice cold, then scorching hot in the span of a heartbeat. I jerked away, my fingertips tingling painfully. When I looked back, all the lights in the Victorian had gone out and the figure was gone. But something had changed. Now, when I moved away from the kitchen window and looked outside from other rooms, I still saw the Victorian. The colonial had vanished completely. Sleep eventually claimed me in the early morning hours, huddled on the living room floor with blankets covering the windows. I woke to knocking, not on my front door, but from inside the walls of my house. Soft at first, then louder, more insistent, moving from room to room as if something was circling me. I fled outside, expecting to see my normal neighborhood in the daylight. Instead, I found myself standing on an unfamiliar street. The houses were all Victorians now, in various states of decay. The sky above was wrong, a mottled gray-green, without sun or clouds. The air tasted metallic. My house looked the same from the outside, but I knew it had changed too. This wasn't my world anymore. I walked down the street, passing houses with darkened windows. In each, I could see faces watching me, pale, with eyes that reflected no light. No one came outside, no one spoke. The silence was absolute except for my footsteps and breathing. At the end of the street stood a house larger than the others, the Henderson estate, now fully restored and gleaming, its windows blazing with warm light. The front door stood open in welcome. On the porch stood the figure I'd seen from my window. Now I could see it clearly, a man in outdated formal attire, his face handsome but wrong in subtle ways, as if someone had described a human face to an artist who had never actually seen one. "We've been waiting for you," he said, his voice buzzing like insects. "You saw us, you acknowledged us, you reached back." I wanted to run, but where would I go? This place followed its own rules, and I had unknowingly agreed to them when I placed my hand against the glass. "What is this place?" I asked. His smile stretched too wide, the space between, neither here nor there. We exist in the moments you don't look, in the spaces you don't notice. "What do you want from me?" "A witness," he said simply. "Someone to see us, to remember us, to join us." He extended his hand. Behind him, more figures appeared in the doorway, all watching with the same hungry intensity. I took a step backward. "I want to go home." "You are home now," he said, "but if you insist on leaving, there is a way back." He pointed to my house. "The window works in both directions, but windows can break so easily." I ran back to my house, threw open the front door, and rushed to the kitchen. Through the window, I could see my real neighborhood, the blue colonial across the street, people walking dogs and children playing, normal life continuing without me. I pressed my hands against the glass. It was solid, unyielding. I couldn't break through. Now I spend my days in this twisted reflection of my world. Each night I return to the kitchen window to look out at the reality I've lost. Sometimes I see people in my house, new owners who moved in after I vanished. They never look toward the window. They never see me watching. Sometimes I wonder if someday one of them will glance out at the wrong moment and see something impossible across the street. I wonder if they'll press their hand against the glass in response to mine. I hope they're smarter than I was. I hope they draw the curtains and never look again. Because I'm still waiting, and in this place we have nothing but time. Story 6, it started with the fence. One morning I stepped outside and noticed the old wooden posts were gone, replaced by iron bars I had never seen before. The trees were different, taller, their branches twisting unnaturally. The grass smelled damp, rich with the scent of fresh soil, but when I looked down, my breath caught. My footprints were the only ones leading into the yard, but there were others' bare footprints leading out. I blinked hard, certain my eyes were playing tricks. The footprints were small, like those of a child, pressed deep into the soil as if whoever made them had been carrying something heavy. My mind raced for explanations. Perhaps neighborhood kids had climbed over while I slept, but the iron fence stood 7 feet tall, with pointed tips that would deter even the most adventurous trespasser. I knelt to examine the prints more closely. The soil felt cold against my fingertips, colder than the morning air warranted. Something white gleamed between the blades of grass, a small, pearlescent button, the kind you might find on a child's coat. I pocketed it without thinking. Back inside, I made coffee and tried to shake off my unease. Through the kitchen window, the yard looked normal again, just a trick of the morning light, I told myself. Yet when I raised my mug to drink, I noticed strange marks on my hand, like tiny pinpricks arranged in a perfect circle around my wrist. That night I dreamed of digging. In the dream, my hands moved through dark soil while voices murmured just beyond hearing. When I woke, dirt caked my fingernails, though I had no memory of going outside. The changes accelerated. Each morning revealed new alterations to the yard. The bird bath I never owned appeared near the back corner. The rose bushes my mother had planted years ago vanished, replaced by strange flowers with petals that seemed to pulse when I stared too long. I took photographs, desperate to document these shifts before I questioned my sanity completely. But when I reviewed them, the images showed only static, or worse, faint figures standing among the trees, their outlines blurred as if caught in motion. I began keeping a journal. Day 6 of the changes, I wrote, pressing the pen hard against paper. The soil in the northeast corner has turned black. It absorbs water instantly. When I speak near it, I hear an echo that doesn't match my words. No one else noticed. When my neighbor mentioned how lovely my garden looked, I invited her to see it up close. She declined with an odd expression, as if I'd suggested something inappropriate. Later, I watched from my window as she hurried past my house, her eyes fixed straight ahead. I set up recording equipment, an old tape recorder placed beneath the strange new elm tree, a digital camera mounted at my bedroom window. The next morning, the tape contained nothing but the sound of breathing, slow and deliberate, not my own. The camera's memory card was empty except for one image, my own face pressed against the glass from outside, though I had never left my bed. The button I'd found became an obsession. I carried it everywhere, rolling it between my fingers when anxiety peaked. Sometimes it felt warm, pulsing like a tiny heart. When I held it to my ear, I could swear I heard distant laughter. My sleep fragmented. I woke repeatedly, always at the same moment standing at my back door, hand on the knob, ready to step outside. The yard called to me, especially during the darkest part of night when the moon cast long shadows through those twisted branches. I installed locks, first 1, then 3, then 7. I nailed boards across the door only to find them removed, the nails arranged in neat rows on my kitchen counter. The mirror in my bathroom began to show discrepancies. My reflection blinked a moment after I did. A small wound appeared on my reflection's temple, though my own skin remained unmarked. When I looked away and back again, the wound had grown, weeping a dark fluid that wasn't quite blood. I found myself humming unfamiliar melodies. Words in a language I didn't speak tumbled from my lips when I was distracted. My handwriting changed, growing spidery and elongated in my journal entries. Day 15, I wrote, though I couldn't be certain anymore. The fence has moved inward. The yard is shrinking, closing in toward the house. I measured the distance from my back step to the fence. Each morning it was less. Soon the iron bars would press against my walls, sealing me inside. The bare footprints multiplied, crisscrossing the yard in patterns that from my upstairs window resembled symbols or letters. Sometimes they led to my back door. Sometimes they circled the house entirely, as if whatever made them had been searching for another way in. I stopped leaving entirely. Food deliveries piled up on my front porch, meals I didn't remember ordering. Each package contained exactly what I needed, nothing more. The phone rang constantly. When I answered, the caller breathed in sync with the tape recording I'd made. Sometimes a voice whispered my name, drawn out and warped. I disconnected the line, but the disconnected phone still rang. My dreams became more vivid. In them, I dug in the yard, deeper and deeper, until my hands struck something solid. Something that felt like bone but wasn't. Something that vibrated against my touch and sent jolts of recognition through my body. I woke from these dreams with dirt under my nails and the taste of soil in my mouth. The button grew hot in my pocket, almost unbearable to touch. I tried to discard it, throwing it into the kitchen trash, but it reappeared beneath my pillow, warm as if it had been clutched in a fist. On what I marked as day 23, I found a child's drawing slipped under my door. Crude figures stood hand in hand beside what looked like my house, but the yard behind it extended endlessly, filled with dozens more figures, their smiles drawn as wide black crescents. That night the noises began, soft at first, the sound of something being dragged across soil, then scraping against the foundation of my house, then scratching at the walls, the windows, the doors, fingernails or claws moving methodically around the perimeter. My camera captured nothing, my recordings held only silence, but when I pressed my ear to the wall, I could hear whispering, a conversation between multiple voices discussing me as if I weren't there. "It's almost ready," one said. "It's fighting still," replied another. "Not for long," said a third, in a voice that sounded horrifyingly like my own. By day 30, the fence pressed against my house from all sides. The iron bars grew through my walls like living things, punching through plaster and wood, reaching toward me. The yard had become my house, or my house had become the yard, the distinction blurred as grass pushed through floorboards and dirt replaced carpet. My reflection disappeared entirely. The mirrors showed only the strange flowers with their pulsing petals, stretching infinitely beyond the glass. I made one final, desperate attempt to document what was happening. I gathered every photograph, every journal entry, every recording, and sealed them in a metal box. I buried this box beneath the floorboards in my bedroom closet, the one place the yard hadn't claimed yet. That night I surrendered. I removed the locks from my back door. I placed the button that wasn't mine on my tongue and swallowed it, feeling it burn all the way down. I stepped into what had been my yard, now an alien landscape stretching farther than physics should allow. The bare footprints surrounded me, no longer leading away, but forming a circle with me at its center. I knelt in the soil and began to dig with my bare hands. I dug until my fingers struck something solid, not bone, not root, but smooth and warm like skin. It pulsed against my touch, and as I cleared away more dirt, I saw what I had uncovered. A face identical to mine, eyes closed as if sleeping, lips slightly parted. My own face buried in my yard that wasn't mine. Its eyes opened, it smiled at me with recognition. And I realized I wasn't uncovering something buried. I was being unearthed. I speak to you now from somewhere else, a place that looks like my home but isn't, where the trees bend toward me when I'm not watching, where my footprints appear before I make them. Someone new lives in my house now. I watch them from the yard, through windows that reflect only strange flowers. They've just noticed something odd about their fence. Soon they'll find a button in the grass. And I wait patient as the yard that wasn't mine becomes the yard that they're in. Story 7, the front of the house was quiet. The street was empty, the neighborhood still. But from the back door came a sound, a single heavy knock. My stomach clenched. No one should have been there. The backyard was fenced, the gate locked. I stepped closer, my breath shallow. The air smelled of rain, though the ground outside was dry. Another knock came, slow and deliberate, and then a voice. "I know you're in there." I froze, my hand hovering over the doorknob. The metal felt unusually cold against my fingertips, almost painful to touch. Through the small window in the door, I could see nothing but darkness. No silhouette, no movement. "Who's there?" I called, trying to keep my voice steady. Silence answered me. I pressed my ear against the door. The wood vibrated slightly, as if something on the other side was breathing against it. I backed away, grabbing my phone from the kitchen counter. The screen flickered when I tried to unlock it, displaying a pattern of static before returning to normal. No signal. I hadn't had reception problems before. The knock came again, 3 times now, methodical, patient. "What do you want?" I called louder. "To come in," the voice replied. It was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It existed somewhere in between all classifications, impossible to place. I walked to the front of the house, peering through the curtains at the empty street. The houses across the way stood dark and silent, as if abandoned. A car passed by, its headlights cutting through the darkness, but it didn't slow down. I considered running outside, flagging it down, but something kept me rooted in place. When I returned to the kitchen, a note lay on the counter where my phone had been. My phone was now beside the sink, though I hadn't placed it there. The note, written in handwriting identical to my own, read, "Let me in. I've been waiting so long." I crumpled the paper, threw it in the trash, and then checked that both the front and back doors were locked. I pulled the blinds, turned on every light in the house, and sat in the living room with my back against the wall, facing both entryways. The knocking stopped. The silence felt worse somehow. I must have fallen asleep despite my fear, because I woke with a start to find the living room dark. I hadn't turned the lights off. The digital display on the entertainment system had gone dark too. Not a power outage, the refrigerator hummed in the kitchen. Just the living room, dark. I stood up, my joints stiff, and fumbled for the light switch. It clicked under my fingers, but no light came. I stepped toward the kitchen, where a dim light still shone. As I moved, I noticed the carpet beneath my feet felt damp. Each step produced a subtle squelching sound. The knocking resumed at the back door, louder now, more insistent. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen drawer and approached the door again. "Who are you?" I demanded. "You know who I am," the voice said, closer now, as if its lips were pressed against the crack between the door and frame. "I've always been here, watching, waiting." "I'm calling the police," I bluffed, knowing my phone had no signal. A laugh came from behind the door, soft and knowing. "They won't see me. No one sees me but you." I retreated to the bathroom, the only room in the house with no exterior doors or windows. Locking myself inside, I splashed cold water on my face. In the mirror, my reflection looked wrong. My movement seemed to lag by a fraction of a second. When I tilted my head, my reflection tilted a bit further than I had. I blinked, my reflection didn't. I backed away from the mirror and sat on the edge of the bathtub. The porcelain vibrated subtly beneath me, as if something was moving through the pipes. The bathroom light flickered once, twice, and then stabilized. In that brief darkness, I thought I saw someone standing behind me in the mirror. When the light returned, I was alone. I stayed there for what felt like hours, listening to the occasional knock, sometimes at the back door, sometimes at the front door, sometimes at the bathroom door itself. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I fell into a fitful sleep against the cold tile wall. I dreamed of standing in my backyard, looking at my house from the outside. In the dream, all the windows were lit from within, and in each window stood a silhouette all identical, all watching me. In the center of the backyard was a door, standing alone without walls, its frame embedded in the earth. It swung open as I approached. I woke with a gasp. The bathroom was freezing cold. My breath fogged in front of my face. The mirror had fogged too, and words were written in the condensation. Open the door. I wiped the mirror clean with a trembling hand. The words reappeared immediately. I left the bathroom. The house felt different, somehow larger inside than it should have been. The hallway stretched longer than I remembered, the walls bending slightly at the corners of my vision. In the kitchen, cabinet doors hung open. The faucet dripped steadily, the water leaving rust-colored stains in the sink basin. My notebook lay open on the counter, filled with writing I didn't remember doing. Pages and pages of the same phrase over and over. Let me in, let me in, let me in. The knocking at the back door had stopped. The silence felt like a held breath. I approached the door one last time, drawn forward by a compulsion I couldn't explain. Through the window, I could now see a figure standing outside. It was shrouded in shadow, but its outline was familiar. My hand moved to the lock of its own accord. I fought against the movement, but my fingers worked independently, turning the deadbolt, then the knob. The door swung open. No one stood there, just the empty backyard. But the smell of rain was overwhelming now, and the ground outside glistened with moisture that hadn't been there before. I stepped outside, drawn by some invisible force. In the center of my yard stood a single door, just like in my dream, its frame embedded in the earth with no walls surrounding it. As I approached, I noticed wet footprints leading from where I stood to the mysterious door. Looking down, I saw my own shoes were soaking wet. The door swung open as I reached it, revealing not my yard on the other side, but the interior of my house, viewed from the back door. And standing in my kitchen, looking out at me, was a figure exactly like me, but not me. It smiled, and I felt my own lips curl upward in response. "Thank you for letting me in," it said, its voice both mine and not mine. "Now it's your turn to wait outside." The door began to close. I lunged forward, trying to force my way through, but an invisible barrier repelled me. The last thing I saw before the door shut completely was my own face, watching me with eyes that reflected nothing. I now stand at the back door of what used to be my house. I knock again and again. Inside, I can see my shape moving about, living my life. Sometimes it stands at the window and watches me with a smile. The ground beneath me is always wet now. The air always smells of rain. I've lost count of how many times I've knocked. I wait for someone new to answer, someone who will open the door when they hear my voice. I've practiced what to say. "I know you're in there. Someday someone will let me in again, and then perhaps I'll finally understand what I've become." Story 8, the house was intact. No burned walls, no scorched wood, but as I stepped into the guest bedroom, my throat tightened. The scent of smoke was thick in the air, acrid and bitter. My fingers brushed against the wallpaper, peeling at the edges as if exposed to heat. The bed was perfectly made, the curtains drawn, but as I turned to leave, a whisper filled the room, soft, barely audible. It didn't go out. I froze mid-step, hand clutching the doorframe. The voice had been clear yet distant, like someone speaking through a wall. I scanned the empty room, my eyes lingering on the closet, the space under the bed, the corners where shadows gathered despite the afternoon light filtering through the curtains. Nothing moved, nothing breathed except me. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. The smoke smell intensified as I ventured further into the room. I ran my fingers along the baseboards, searching for warmth, for some logical explanation. Everything was cool to the touch, yet the scent of fire hung in the air like an invisible cloud. I checked my phone, no service. This didn't surprise me. Reception had been spotty since my arrival at my late aunt's house. What did surprise me was the notification on my screen, audio recording saved. I never started a recording. My thumb hovered over the play button before pressing down. Static filled the air, then a crackling sound like paper being crushed. Beneath it all, that same whisper. It didn't go out. I deleted the file immediately, a chill running up my spine despite the warmth of the room. The smoke smell seemed to have seeped into my clothes now, clinging to the fabric like an unwanted memory. I needed fresh air. As I turned to leave, the door swung shut. Not with a bang or dramatic flourish, it closed gently, almost apologetically. The handle refused to turn under my grip. "This isn't happening," I whispered to myself, jiggling the handle with increasing force. Old houses settle, doors stick. The mirror on the dresser caught my attention. Within its reflection, the room looked different. The wallpaper appeared fresher, the bed slightly rumpled as if someone had just risen from it. I stared, transfixed, as a dark stain began spreading across the reflected bedspread, a stain that wasn't present on the actual bed behind me. I closed my eyes, counting breaths to calm myself. When I opened them, the mirror showed only the room as it truly was, empty, untouched, normal save for the lingering smell of smoke. I pressed my ear against the door, listening for movement in the rest of the house. The silence was absolute. My phone chimed again. Another recording had saved itself. This time I played it immediately, desperation overriding fear. The sound of breathing filled my ears, not my own nervous pants, but slow, measured breaths. A soft chuckle, then you brought it back with you. I threw the phone onto the bed. It bounced once, then the screen lit up with the camera app recording me. I hadn't touched it. I lunged forward to shut it off, but froze when I noticed something in the video feed, a shadow behind me that didn't match my movements. I whirled around, nothing, but on the screen the shadow remained, growing darker, more defined. The room temperature dropped suddenly. My breath fogged in front of my face, yet I felt sweat beading on my forehead. The contradiction made my head swim. I needed to document this, to prove to myself later that I wasn't losing my mind. I retrieved my phone with trembling fingers and began taking photos of the room. Each picture showed something different, black smudges on the walls that weren't visible to my naked eye, strange distortions in the corners of the room, and in one horrifying image, what looked like a hand reaching from beneath the bed. There was nothing under the bed when I checked. I got down on my hands and knees, phone flashlight illuminating every inch of the dusty hardwood floor beneath. As I began to stand, my hand pressed against the floorboard, which gave way slightly with a soft creak. A loose board, I pried it up with my fingernails, revealing a small cavity beneath. Inside lay a journal bound in faded leather, its edges blackened and crisp. When I lifted it, ash sifted from its pages, swirling in the air like tiny gray snowflakes. The first page bore a single sentence in faded ink: "The fire consumes in cycles." I flipped through the journal, heart pounding. Most pages contained only dates and brief notations. One entry caught my eye. It feeds on memory, on acknowledgement. To name it is to invite it. The smoke smell grew overpowering. My eyes watered, my throat burned, yet still no visible source of the phantom fire. The next page contained a crude drawing of the room, my room, with particular attention paid to one corner where the ceiling met the wall. My eyes drifted upward to that same corner. A dark stain spread across the ceiling, widening as I watched, droplets of something thick and black beginning to form. One fell, landing on the hardwood with a soft plop. It wasn't liquid, but ash, impossibly fresh ash that scattered when I touched it, coating my fingertips with black residue. The journal's final page contained a warning. It travels with those who witness it. It lingers in the minds that perceive it. Look away and it fades. Look too long and it burns anew. A loud crack split the silence. A fissure appeared in the ceiling, spreading outward from the corner like a lightning bolt carved in plaster. The smell of smoke was now suffocating, burning my nostrils and lungs with each breath. The mirror on the dresser shattered, not from impact but from within, as if something inside the glass had pushed outward. Fragments exploded across the room, each shard reflecting flames that didn't exist in the physical space. My skin felt hot, too hot. I looked down at my arms to see the faint outline of handprints forming on my skin, red, raised welts in the perfect shape of fingers gripping too tightly. "You brought it back," whispered a voice from everywhere and nowhere. The journal in my hands began to smolder, smoke rising from between the pages. I dropped it, watching in horror as it fell open to reveal new writing appearing on the page, as if an invisible hand were scoring the words into the paper with flame. "The witness becomes the vessel." I screamed then, hurling myself at the door, shoulder connecting with wood. It gave way suddenly, sending me sprawling into the hallway. I scrambled to my feet and ran, not daring to look back, not stopping until I reached my car. As I drove away, hands shaking on the steering wheel, I glanced at the rearview mirror. The house stood silent and still, no sign of disturbance visible from the outside. But in the window of the guest bedroom, a faint orange glow pulsed like a heartbeat. That night, in the safety of my apartment, I stepped out of the shower and wiped condensation from the bathroom mirror. The steam had formed words across its surface. "It didn't go out. I sleep with the lights on now. I've thrown away the clothes I wore that day, but the smell of smoke follows me. Sometimes I wake to find ash on my pillow. My phone saves recordings I never make, each containing nothing but the sound of crackling flames and that same whisper. The burns on my arms never faded. They form a pattern I've come to recognize, a map of the room where it all began. The fire consumes in cycles, the journal had said. I understand now. I am not the first to carry this burden, nor will I be the last. It travels with those who witness it, using memory as kindling. Even as I write this, my attempt to transfer the burden from memory to paper, I smell smoke. Fresh and strong, my fingertips leave sooty prints on the keyboard. The witness becomes the vessel becomes the fire. And the fire never truly goes out. Story 9. I had lived in the apartment for months before I noticed them. At night, just as I was drifting to sleep, I would hear them slow, steady footsteps above me, but I was on the top floor. The scent of old plaster and something musty filled the air as I lay still, heart pounding. The steps moved across the ceiling, deliberate and unhurried. Then, just above my bed, they stopped. The first night I dismissed it as the building settling. Old structures make odd noises, I reasoned. The second night I blamed the wind, or perhaps a stray animal that had found its way into some hidden space between the roof and my ceiling. By the third night my excuses had worn thin. yet I clung to them with desperate rationality. On the fourth night, I pressed my ear against the ceiling, feeling the cool paint against my skin. The footsteps stopped immediately. I waited, holding my breath until my lungs burned. Nothing. When I finally stepped down from the chair, they resumed, matching my own movements with uncanny precision. That morning, I knocked on my neighbor's door. "Have you heard anything strange at night?" I asked the elderly woman who lived next door. She smiled politely and shook her head. Her eyes never quite met mine. I began documenting everything. A small notebook became my constant companion, its pages filling with descriptions of the sounds, the patterns, the timing. With each passing night, the footsteps grew more distinct, more deliberate. I started recording them on my phone, but when I played back the audio, I heard only static punctuated by what sounded like whispering. "Who are you?" I asked the ceiling one night, my voice barely audible even to myself. The footsteps paused. I held my breath, waiting. Then came a soft, almost imperceptible knock, directly above my head. One knock, then two, then three. I knocked back 3 times. The response came instantly. 4 knocks. My skin prickled with goosebumps. Sleep became a distant memory. Dark circles formed under my eyes, and coworkers began to ask if I was feeling well. I nodded and smiled, knowing they would never believe the truth. Who would? Even I questioned my sanity. I visited the building manager, a man with perpetually ink-stained hands and a face that seemed incapable of expressing concern. "The blueprints show nothing above your unit," he said, barely glancing at the folder he pulled from a filing cabinet. "Just the roof, no attic, no crawl space." That night the footsteps changed. They no longer moved across the ceiling in straight lines, but seemed to dance, spinning in circles above my bed. I lay awake, watching the ceiling, half expecting it to crack open. I bought a ladder tall enough to reach the roof. The access door was rusted shut, requiring all my strength to wrench open. The roof was completely empty, flat, covered in tar and gravel, with ventilation units and satellite dishes the only interruptions to its monotony. I walked across it, measuring my steps, trying to replicate the path of the footsteps I heard at night. Nothing seemed unusual. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A small, perfect handprint pressed into the tar, as if someone with burning hot skin had placed their palm against it. The print was too small to be an adult's, yet the impression was deep. I began to sleep in the living room, but the footsteps followed. They were no longer confined to the bedroom ceiling, but traveled throughout the apartment, tracking my movements with unnerving accuracy. The temperature in my apartment fluctuated, wildly freezing cold one moment, uncomfortably warm the next. Electronics malfunctioned. My television turned on by itself, displaying only static, but within the white noise I could almost make out shapes. The super found me one morning, pressing my ear against the wall in the hallway. He watched me with wary eyes as I tried to explain. "The building has a history," he finally admitted, his voice low. "The previous tenant of your unit reported similar experiences." "What happened to them?" I asked, desperate for answers. "She moved out, left in the middle of the night. No forwarding address." I considered leaving too, but something kept me rooted in place, a growing obsession, a need to understand. I began to talk to the footsteps, addressing them as if they belonged to a person. Sometimes I received responses, knocks, creaks, or the sound of something being dragged across the ceiling. My notebook filled with observations, theories, and increasingly desperate questions. I taped blank papers to the ceiling, hoping to capture some evidence of my invisible companion. Each morning I would wake to find them untouched, yet sometimes, in the corner of my eye, I could swear I saw them flutter, as if disturbed by someone walking past. One night, as rain pattered against my windows, I noticed water staining the ceiling, a small, spreading dark patch directly above my bed. I placed a bucket beneath it and watched as droplets fell, but what dripped from my ceiling wasn't rainwater. It was too thick, too dark. The smell that filled the room was metallic and raw. I touched one of the droplets and found my finger smeared with something that looked black in the dim light. When I turned on the lamp, the substance gleamed red. The footsteps that night were frantic, racing back and forth, the weight behind them seemingly heavier. For the first time, I heard something new, a dragging sound, as if something heavy was being pulled across the floor above. The following morning, I called in sick to work and set up a camera aimed at the ceiling. I stayed completely still, waiting. Hours passed with nothing happening. As dusk fell, I felt my eyelids growing heavy. Just as I was about to drift off, the ceiling creaked. The camera's battery died instantly. That night, I heard a child laugh. It was faint but unmistakable, the high-pitched giggle of a young child coming from above me. Then another voice, lower, shushing the first. My blood ran cold as I realized there were multiple entities up there. I began researching the history of the building. Old newspaper articles revealed nothing unusual, but a visit to the local historical society uncovered something disturbing. Before the apartment complex was built, the land had been occupied by another structure, a large house that had burned down. The fire had claimed the lives of a family, including 2 children. The next day I found small footprints on my kitchen floor, ashy marks that seemed to appear from nowhere and disappear into the wall. I followed them, placing my hand against the wall where they ended. The surface was warm, almost hot to the touch. That night I waited until the footsteps began, then knocked on the ceiling 3 times. The pattern had become our nightly ritual, but instead of the usual response, I heard a voice clear, close, as if someone was standing right beside my bed. "We've been waiting for you to understand," it said. I scrambled backward, pressing myself against the headboard. "Understand what?" I whispered into the darkness. The light switch across the room flipped on by itself. In the sudden brightness, I saw something that stopped my heart, handprints appearing on the ceiling, one after another, as if invisible hands were pressing against the other side. Small handprints, children's hands. "The fire never stopped for us," the voice said, now seeming to come from multiple places at once. "We're still burning." As if triggered by those words, the handprints on the ceiling began to smolder, the paint bubbling and blackening around each small impression. The smell of burning filled the room, not just wood and plaster, but something far worse. I ran for the door, but it refused to open, the handle burning hot against my palm. The windows were the same, radiating heat that pushed me back toward the center of the room. The ceiling above me began to crack, thin fissures spreading like spider webs across the white surface. From each crack, that thick, dark liquid began to seep through, dripping onto the floor, the furniture, my skin. Where it touched, it burned, leaving red welts that pulsed with pain. "Join us," the voices pleaded, no longer just above, but all around me. "We've been so alone." The ceiling bulged downward, as if something heavy was pressing against it from above. The cracks widened, and through them I could see movement, shadowy figures pacing back and forth. With a sudden, violent force, a hand thrust through one of the cracks, small, blackened, and reaching. I screamed, backing away until I hit the wall. More hands followed, breaking through the ceiling, grasping at the air. They were searching for something, for me. The room grew unbearably hot. The walls themselves seemed to sweat, beads of moisture running down the paint like tears. The hands retreated back through the ceiling, and for a moment everything was still. Then the footsteps resumed, faster now, more desperate. They circled above me, creating a rhythm that matched my racing heartbeat. The light flickered, plunging the room into darkness for brief, terrifying moments. Each time it returned, the cracks in the ceiling had spread further. I found myself speaking, though I hadn't intended to. "What do you want from me?" The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was heavy, pressing down on me like a physical weight. Then, softly at first but growing louder, I heard a child singing. A nursery rhyme, distorted and wrong, the words twisted into something unrecognizable. The singing stopped abruptly, replaced by that voice again, the one that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "We want what was taken from us," it said. "Time." The ceiling collapsed, not in pieces, but all at once, falling inward like a mouth opening. But beyond it was not the expected wooden beams or the roof. Instead, I saw a room, an exact mirror of my own, but charred and blackened. And standing in that room, looking down at me, were figures shadowy, indistinct, but unmistakably a family. 2 adults, 2 children. Their eyes glowed like embers in the darkness. One of the children pointed at me, its arm extending impossibly long, stretching down into my room. The finger stopped inches from my face. "Your turn to listen," it said. I woke up on the floor of my apartment, sunlight streaming through the windows. The ceiling was intact, showing no signs of the previous night's horror. For a moment, I allowed myself to believe it had been a nightmare, a manifestation of stress and sleep deprivation. But when I looked in the mirror, I saw the truth written on my skin. Small, hand-shaped burns covered my arms, my shoulders, my back. And in my ears, I could still hear them singing. I packed a bag that day, throwing in only what I needed. As I headed for the door, I heard a knock, not from the ceiling, but from inside the closet. I froze, key in hand, torn between fleeing and investigating one last time. The rational part of my mind screamed at me to leave, but something stronger pulled me toward the closet. I opened it slowly, expecting to find the burned family waiting for me. Instead, I saw only my clothes, my shoes, the cardboard boxes I had never bothered to unpack. But something was different. On the back wall of the closet, previously hidden by hanging shirts, was a small door no more than 2 feet high, the kind that might lead to a crawl space or utility area. It wasn't on the apartment plans. It shouldn't have existed. The doorknob turned by itself. I didn't wait to see what would emerge. I ran, slamming the apartment door behind me, taking the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator. I could hear footsteps behind me, keeping pace, matching my rhythm exactly. I never returned to the apartment. I left most of my possessions behind, changing my phone number, moving far away. But distance hasn't granted me peace. Even in my new home, I hear them at night, those slow, steady footsteps above me. Only now they're accompanied by something else, the sound of a door opening and small feet padding across the floor toward my bed. I know they followed me, I know they're waiting, and sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I feel a small hand slip into mine, its touch leaving blisters on my palm. "We have all the time in the world now," a child's voice whispers. And the footsteps continue. Story 10. In the quiet hush of my attic, amidst relics of days long past, I stumbled upon a faded photograph nestled within the pages of a weathered album. The image captured a moment from a bygone era, its essence seeming to shift subtly as my gaze lingered upon it. A delicate fragrance, a blend of aged roses and yellowed parchment, enveloped the air, weaving a tapestry of nostalgia around me. It was as though the figures frozen in time within the picture were whispering a tale forgotten by all but the attic's shadows. As the late afternoon sun filtered through the dusty window, casting a honeyed glow upon the wooden floor, I lowered myself into an ancient rocking chair, its rhythmic creak a lullaby to my senses. My fingertips danced along the frayed edges of the photograph, each crease and tear telling a story of its own. The scene depicted a garden party of yesteryears, a scene of elegance and grace. Women adorned in billowing gowns and gentlemen in their finest attire stood in jovial poses, their smiles holding secrets untold. Amidst the revelry, a grand Victorian house loomed in the background, its windows reflecting the dying light of a distant sunset. Yet it was a lone figure that captured my attention, a woman in a gown as white as pearls, her enigmatic gaze fixed upon the camera, her expression a riddle waiting to be solved. With a curious heart, I studied her form, and as I did, a chill crept into the attic, the scent of roses growing ever stronger. I closed my eyes, allowing the stillness of the room to envelop me like a silken veil. When I opened them once more, a subtle shift had occurred. The light within the photograph had transformed, pulsating with a warmth that seemed to breathe life into the static image. The woman in white had moved, her hand outstretched towards a hidden realm just beyond the frame, beckoning me to join her in this dance of time. Transfixed, I delved deeper into the tableau before me, the world around me melting away as the past and present intertwined. The figures on the photograph gained depth and substance, their colors bleeding into reality like watercolors on a canvas. The woman in white emerged as a focal point, a pendant around her neck catching the light in a mesmerizing display. The temperature in the attic dropped, and I wrapped my sweater tighter around my shoulders, feeling as though I had stepped into a dream. Details once unseen now emerged, a teacup quivering on a table, a butterfly suspended in flight, the very essence of movement captured in stillness. Time lost its grip as I swayed in the rocking chair, the woman's eyes locking with mine across the expanse of years, a silent conversation passing between us. Her pendant glimmered, a mirror to one long forgotten in my grandmother's jewelry box, a connection bridging generations in a whisper of recognition. As twilight descended upon the attic, the glow within the photograph dimmed, the music of a distant waltz fading into the ether. The guests of the garden party wavered in a spectral dance, their movements eternal, their secrets veiled in the passage of time. The woman in white, a reflection of my grandmother in her youth, held a mystery within her smile, a tale untold yet deeply familiar. With a sigh, I realized the night had crept upon me, the photograph returning to its dormant state, the scent of roses mingling with the mustiness of the attic. Tenderly, I placed the image back into its resting place, knowing that its secrets would wait for my return. Descending the stairs, the weight of my grandmother's pendant nestled against my heart, a reminder of the ties that bind us to the past. In the stillness of the evening, a phantom waltz echoed in the distance, a melody lost to time but remembered in the whispers of memory. Some mysteries, I acknowledged, are best left unsolved, drifting like shadows between reality and reverie. The woman in white had shared her secret with me, a gift of fleeting understanding, a glimpse into the enigma of existence. And so I embraced the gentle mysteries that lingered in the twilight, knowing that some stories are meant to be felt, not fully comprehended, like echoes of a dream fading into the soft embrace of night. Story 11. In a forgotten corner of an old family gallery, amidst dusty relics of bygone days, I stumbled upon a portrait that seemed out of place, a faded visage of a stranger with eyes that whispered of hidden sorrows. Concealed behind the frame, a fragile letter awaited discovery, exuding a faint aroma of aged parchment and lavender that beckoned me to unravel its secrets. The gallery itself stood frozen in time, sunlight filtering through tall windows, casting a spell of tranquility as motes of dust pirouetted in the air like ethereal dancers. With cautious reverence, I retrieved the letter, feeling the weight of generations past in its delicate script. The portrait, a woman of the Victorian era, gazed at me with a mix of melancholy and resolve, stirring a curiosity about the life she once led. The ink on the letter had faded to a soft sepia, its elegant curves recounting a tale lost to the ages. As I delved into the words, the present world faded into a distant murmur, replaced by the whisper of quill on parchment echoing through time. My dearest Elizabeth, the letter began, revealing a tale of departure and mystery, of dreams that guided a soul across the sea in search of ancestral truths. The writer spoke of a hidden legacy, of a music box and a key steeped in family lore, of a map concealed within the portrait's frame, waiting to be found by knowing hands. The letter cautioned against prying eyes, yet beckoned Elizabeth to follow the path laid out, to embrace the wisdom woven into the fabric of their lineage. As the missive concluded, a sense of wonder enveloped me, casting a spell of enchantment over the gallery. The portrait of Margaret, the writer, seemed to come alive in the dimming light, revealing subtle clues, a pendant that could hold a key, a hint of a music box's presence, a hand guarding a secret close to the heart. The silence of the room embraced me, whispering of untold stories and unfinished legacies that lingered in the shadows. Contemplating the choice laid before me, I sensed a call to adventure, a pull towards the mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Yet I knew that some enigmas unravel only in their own time, their answers whispered in the language of dreams. With a gentle touch, I returned the letter to its sanctuary, preserving its essence in my notebook before bidding farewell to the gallery. As I stepped into the gathering dusk, a faint melody brushed against my senses, a haunting tune that seemed to linger in the air, a reminder of the secrets yet to be unveiled. The eyes of the portrait followed me, not with malice but with an invitation, a promise of stories yet untold. I knew then that I would return, drawn by the allure of the unknown, guided by the whispers of the past. Leaving the gallery behind, I carried with me the echoes of Margaret's legacy, a mystery waiting to be unfurled like a map leading to hidden treasures. And as night descended, I embraced the uncertainty, knowing that some truths reveal themselves only in the realm of dreams, where the heart speaks louder than the mind. Story 12. As I sifted through a dusty box of abandoned art supplies in a quaint thrift store, my fingers brushed against a worn sketchbook, its cover weathered and frayed. Curiosity sparked within me as I opened its pages to reveal a world of intricate blueprints, each line telling a silent story of an enigmatic structure unknown to me. The scent of graphite and aged paper wafted up, mingling with the musty air of the store. Night after night, I found myself drawn into the depths of the sketchbook, nestled in the soft glow of my study lamp, the patter of rain against my window, a soothing melody in the background. The blueprints held me captive with their peculiar charm, defying the rules of conventional architecture. Curved corridors folded back upon themselves, staircases led to impossible rooms, and windows captured light from angles beyond comprehension. Yet, amidst this architectural enigma, there was a meticulous precision in every stroke of the pen, every annotation resembling elegant calligraphy. In the margins, faded ink whispered of threshold spaces and liminal architecture, concepts that tugged at the edges of my consciousness, leading me down a path of contemplation. I began to sketch my interpretations of the designs, the scratch of my pencil against paper a peaceful rhythm that transported me to a realm of mystery and wonder. With each passing night, my perception of space began to shift. Shadows held secrets, and corners seemed to bend subtly in my peripheral vision. The language of the blueprints intertwined with the whispers of my home, creating a symphony of hidden meanings in the familiar creaks and settling sounds. One quiet night, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, I uncovered a hidden sequence of numbers within the sketches, a cryptic pattern that danced before my eyes like a forgotten melody. Transcribing them became a labor of love, each digit a note in a mathematical poem sung by the structure itself. In my dreams, I wandered through the impossible corridors of the blueprint's creation, the ethereal sound of my footsteps echoing through chambers that defied reality. There was no fear in these dreams, only a profound sense of tranquility, as if I were exploring a temple of meditation built from whispers and shadows. The central chamber beckoned to me, adorned with symbols that spoke of cosmic harmony and melodic resonance. Each rendition of this sacred space I sketched was but a fleeting glimpse, as if the room itself refused to be contained within the confines of paper and ink. And so, as I sit in my study bathed in lamplight, the secrets of the sketchbook still unfolding before me, I marvel at the alignment of tree shadows with the mysterious angles outside my window. In these moments, I wonder if I am on the brink of unveiling a realm that exists just beyond our grasp, a realm of gentle architecture nestled in the tranquil spaces between thoughts. The identity of the elusive architect remains shrouded in mystery, their essence lingering in every stroke and script. The blueprints, to me, are not mere plans for a building, but a map to the dreamlike spaces that whisper to us in moments of silence. As the rain continues its gentle serenade against my window, and the lightning dances in the distance, I find solace in the unknown, embracing the beauty of questions left unanswered, a dream half remembered, leaving behind a sense of peace upon waking. Story 13. As I sifted through the forgotten treasures tucked away in my attic, my fingers brushed against an antique radio, its dial weathered from time and its speakers hushed until a serene night when it stirred to life, crackling unexpectedly. From the static emerged faint, fragmented voices and distant melodies, carrying with them the melancholic aroma of aged metal and forsaken dreams. Each note felt like a whisper from a bygone era yearning to be recalled. Since that initial night, I found myself inexplicably drawn to the attic. The space held a peculiar allure, with dust motes pirouetting in slender moonlit beams that sneaked in through a modest window. The worn wooden floorboards would softly murmur underfoot as I approached the corner where the radio perched on an ancient oak table, its mahogany surface dulled by years of devoted service. Every evening, as twilight painted the sky in soft watercolors, I would settle into the comfortable embrace of the weathered leather armchair beside the radio. The routine became as natural as breathing, twisting the brass dial, observing the gentle amber glow of the vacuum tubes flicker to life and waiting. At times, the radio would remain silent, offering only the soft hiss of static reminiscent of rain falling. Yet on those special nights heavy with potential, something extraordinary unfolded. The music would unfurl, not in a sudden crescendo, but in a gradual emergence from the white noise, akin to a photograph slowly developing in a dark room. The melodies were unlike any I had ever heard before, waltzes that seemed to float on the breeze, jazz tunes that murmured of long-forgotten smoke-filled rooms, and occasionally voices singing in languages unknown to me yet strangely familiar. One evening, with autumn winds whispering through the trees outside, I discerned a new element in the radio's transmissions. Amidst the musical interludes, I began to distinguish words, gentle and distinct. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice bore neither gender nor age, yet it exuded a warmth that sent shivers of recognition through me. I commenced documenting these enigmatic broadcasts in a journal, noting the moon's phases, the weather, and any discernible patterns. The pages overflowed with descriptions of songs that seemed to echo my thoughts, of voices recounting memories I had never lived but felt profoundly acquainted with. It seemed as though the radio held knowledge about my past, my aspirations, the silent yearnings I had never confided to anyone. Winter descended, lengthening the nights and casting earlier shadows. The attic grew colder, yet I scarcely noticed, enveloped in the cocoon of sound that the radio wove. Sometimes I would drift off in the armchair, only to awaken hours later to find the radio still murmuring, its gentle transmissions interweaving with my dreams. In those fleeting moments between slumber and wakefulness, I could almost visualize the figures behind the voices, their shapes shifting like smoke in the dimness. The most extraordinary broadcast unfolded on a night when snow veiled the world in a quiet white blanket. The radio addressed me directly, recalling details of my childhood long buried, the hue of my first bicycle, the name of a cherished pet, the melody my grandmother used to hum while baking. Instead of fear, a profound tranquility washed over me, as if I were gently reminded of my true essence. With each passing month, subtle shifts manifested in my daily existence. Colors appeared more vivid, memories sharper, and dreams more poignant. The radio's influence transcended its mystical transmissions, gradually awakening something dormant within me. I found myself humming melodies unknown to me, yet as familiar as my own heartbeat. Some nights the radio fell silent for hours, and in those tranquil moments I pondered the essence of reality itself. How many unseen layers surrounded us, existing but unseen? How many frequencies of existence played concurrently, just beyond our ordinary perception? The radio appeared less a mere contraption and more a portal, offering glimpses into realms that mirrored our own. I refrained from dismantling the radio or dissecting its workings. Intuition whispered that its magic, should it be magic, resided not in its components, but in the liminal space betwixt reality and imagination. Perhaps the radio wasn't extraordinary in itself, but rather a conduit aiding me in tuning into frequencies that had always resided within. Even as I pen this testimony, the radio continues its nocturnal serenades. Its mysteries linger unresolved, yet I've come to embrace the notion that some questions hold more value than their answers. Amidst the gentle static interludes, within the hushed words that may be messages or memories, I've unearthed a unique kind of truth, one that speaks not to intellect, but to the heart that recalls what it has never known. The warm glow of the vacuum tubes now serves as my nightly beacon, and the soft crackle of the speaker lulls me into my dreams. Sometimes, on the cusp of slumber, I ponder whether elsewhere another soul tunes into their own mysterious radio, catching echoes of my life as I do theirs, all of us intertwined by unseen waves of sound and memory, eternally dancing through the night. Story 14. On a midnight journey back home, the nearly deserted subway car felt unusually heavy. In the distant corner, a solitary figure sat in silence, their gaze fixed on me as the train rumbled through shadowed tunnels. The The air hung thick with the mingled scents of perspiration and stagnant breath, and an eerie sensation of being observed settled upon me. The gentle swaying of the train and the rhythmic click-clack of the wheels against the tracks wove a mesmerizing melody that typically would have ushered me into slumber. Yet this night held a different allure. My focus kept drifting back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality surrounding them. The flickering fluorescent lights overhead intermittently cast peculiar shadows that danced along the weathered metal walls. I discerned something peculiar about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette appeared slightly hazy, as if glimpsed through a rain-splattered window. With each blink or shift of my gaze, their contours momentarily sharpened before softening once more. The subtlety of this effect might have been dismissed as a trick of tired eyes had it not been for what unfolded next. The stranger raised a hand in what seemed like a greeting, leaving lingering traces in the air, akin to the way sparklers trace light patterns in the night sky. Every gesture caused ripples in the space around them, distorting the advertisements on the walls behind. The temperature within the car plummeted, sending shivers down my spine. Time seemed to warp, stretching and contracting with each breath drawn. The gaps between stops lengthened. The darkness beyond the windows grew denser and more profound. The usual ambient sounds of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical creaks, the distant echoes all faded into a soft, cushioned silence, leaving only the rhythmic thud of wheels on tracks. I found myself fixated on their attire, a blend of modern and antiquated styles. A coat that could have been worn yesterday or a century past, shoes that shifted between fashions when I averted my gaze. Despite the overhead illumination, their visage remained shrouded in shadow, as if darkness itself gravitated towards them. The stranger began to hum, the melody not quite audible to my ears but resonating within my chest, evoking memories of childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. My eyelids grew heavy, yet I resisted their pull, caught between comfort and disquiet. Small nuances within the subway car began to subtly shift. Advertisements displayed different images when seen out of the corner of my eye. The metal poles appeared to bend at impossible angles before snapping back to normal when directly observed. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: lush gardens, grand libraries, distant stars. The stranger rose gracefully, their movements fluid like water in weightlessness. Advancing towards me, I noticed their feet barely touched the floor. An opalescent shimmer enveloped them, akin to heat waves rising from scorching pavement. Their presence exuded an ancient wisdom and boundless patience, filling the car with a timeless aura. Seating themselves across from me, a fleeting glimpse of their face revealed a kindness and agelessness, both familiar and impossible to fix in memory. Without moving their lips, they spoke, their voice a whisper carried by the wind through autumn leaves. "You perceive more than most," they intoned. Rare it is to find one still awake at this hour of reality, desiring to respond, to voice the myriad questions swirling within. I instead found myself enveloped by a profound tranquility. The train's gentle sway became a cradle, and the darkness beyond the windows transformed into a tender embrace. The stranger's presence no longer felt ominous, but rather akin to reuniting with an old friend whose name lingered just beyond reach. Upon reopening my eyes, the subway car lay empty. The fluorescent lights hummed with their customary harshness. The adverts displayed their usual wares. The air had returned to its usual temperature, and the subway's familiar sounds resumed their melodic cadence. Yet a shift had occurred. In the window's reflection, I noted a subtle iridescence clinging to my attire, akin to dewdrops on a spider's web. And within my pocket, a ticket stub awaited discovery, bearing inscriptions in an unknown alphabet comprehended with perfect clarity. Henceforth, on late-night subway rides, I observe my fellow passengers with heightened awareness. Occasionally, when the light strikes just so, I catch glimpses of blurred outlines and lingering afterimages. And now and then, a distant hum resonates not in my ears, but in my very bones, a reminder that reality is far more fluid than perceived, especially within those twilight realms between here and there, between wakefulness and slumber. Story 15. In the hush of a moonlit night, I ventured into an ancient observatory on the outskirts of town. Amongst the silent sentinels of telescopes and faded star charts, a hidden mural of eyes drew me in. Carved into the weathered stone, these eyes gazed out with a quiet intensity, as if holding cosmic secrets within their ancient gaze. The star-strewn sky above seemed to blend seamlessly with the mysterious glow within, while a whisper of cool breeze carried the scent of ozone and old parchment, hinting that the very walls were alive with unseen watchers, safeguarding knowledge from a time long past. Stepping through the worn doorway, time itself seemed to slow, as if held in reverence by the ancient stones. My flashlight cast a soft glow over the weathered wooden floors, their patterns flowing like frozen rivers under the gentle light. The air was heavy with the weight of endless nights spent in contemplation of the heavens, a stillness that whispered of eons of cosmic observation. As I ventured further into the circular chamber, my gaze was drawn to the abandoned instruments that lay scattered about. A grand telescope, tarnished with age, stood tall and proud, its gaze forever fixed on the celestial expanse through the open dome above. Yellowed papers strewn around its base bore faded calculations and symbols, like cryptic messages left by long-forgotten stargazers. The eyes on the wall seemed to follow my every move, their presence more comforting than menacing. Etched deeply into the stone, they held a sense of timeless observation, as if bearing witness to the unfolding drama of the universe. Some eyes gleamed faintly in the starlight, while others seemed almost translucent, capturing and reflecting the celestial dance above. A gentle breeze stirred the dust motes, creating lazy spirals that shimmered in the pale moonlight. The air was tinged with the scent of ancient tomes and metal, mingled with an otherworldly fragrance that spoke of meteor showers and dancing auroras. I found myself drawn to a corner where an antique desk stood, covered in star charts from ages long past. Examining the charts closely, I noticed a peculiar discrepancy. The constellations depicted on the oldest documents did not align with the modern configurations. It was as though the stars themselves had shifted subtly over time, rearranging the cosmic tapestry in a way that defied conventional understanding. Opening the desk drawers, I discovered leather-bound journals filled with intricate observations and enigmatic writings, hinting at a deeper connection between the heavens and earth. A warmth seemed to emanate from the very walls themselves, a subtle vibration that pulsed like a slumbering giant's heartbeat. Running my fingers along the ancient stone, I felt a resonance that seemed to echo the rhythm of the universe. Time seemed to warp and bend within that sacred space, minutes stretching into eternity as I delved deeper into the observatory's mysteries. In one journal entry from decades past, an astronomer spoke of a celestial anomaly, a being of sorts that defied classification, observing Earth with an otherworldly gaze. The writer's hand shook not from fear, but from a profound sense of connection with this cosmic entity, a recognition that transcended mere observation. As the night wore on, a profound realization dawned upon me. The observatory was not simply a relic of the past, but a living conduit between humanity and the cosmos. The eyes on the walls were not mere decorations, but markers of a transformation, a merging of earthly and celestial realms into a harmonious whole. Seated at the ancient desk, I watched as the stars wheeled overhead, the eyes in the walls pulsing with a celestial rhythm that resonated deep within my soul. The boundary between observer and observed blurred as I felt myself becoming part of the cosmic dance, a participant in the eternal symphony of the universe. With the approaching dawn, I knew it was time to depart, yet I carried with me the profound wisdom of the observatory's silent guardians. We are not alone in our quest for understanding the cosmos. We are observed in turn by eyes both earthly and celestial. The mystery of the observatory was not meant to be unraveled, but to be experienced, a reminder that some truths are best left veiled in the mysteries of the unknown. As I made my way into the fading light of dawn, I cast a final glance back at the observatory standing sentinel against the dawn sky. The eyes watched silently, eternal in their vigil, a testament to the enduring bond between humanity and the stars above. I returned to the observatory on occasion, though never lingering as I did that first night. The eyes remain, a silent chorus of watchers reminding me that in the grand tapestry of existence, we are both audience and actor in the cosmic drama. The greatest lesson I learned that night was that true understanding transcends words and explanations. It resides in the quiet spaces between shadow and starlight, in the gentle pulse of ancient stones, and in the patient gaze of eyes that have witnessed the dance of the cosmos since time immemorial. The observatory's enigma was not a puzzle to be solved, but a journey to be embraced, a living testament to the timeless connection between humanity and the infinite expanse of the universe. Story 16. On a winding stroll through a historic neighborhood, I stumbled upon an ancient iron gate adorned with intricate engravings. Despite the erosion of time, the intricate patterns and symbols seemed to narrate a story of love and loss. The gate exuded a rusty scent that mingled with the crisp breeze, and as my fingers glided over the weathered metal, I sensed a narrative waiting to be unveiled, a tale etched in every curve and crevice. The evening breeze carried the soft murmur of autumn leaves, while gentle golden light filtered through the canopy above. Standing by the gate, I observed how the dwindling sunlight illuminated the deeper engravings, casting shadows that danced and shifted. The metal felt cool to the touch, its surface bearing the marks of years gone by. There was something captivating about the designs that drew me in. They were not mere decorations. They formed letters in a graceful script that eluded my comprehension, intertwined with intricate motifs of vines and blossoms. As I traced the elegant lines with my fingertip, a subtle warmth spread through my hand, despite the gate's chilly exterior. The sensation was delicate yet palpable, akin to touching a sun-warmed stone. Beyond the gate, a path led into shadows of twilight. Majestic trees arched overhead, their branches swaying gently in the evening air. The atmosphere carried the sweet, earthy fragrance of fallen leaves mingled with a hint of old roses or lavender, though no blooms were in sight. Each time I attempted to step away, a new detail captivated my attention. A particular spiral in the metalwork seemed to beckon to another, and another, creating an endless flow that always circled back to a central motif, a heart-shaped emblem nearly obscured by time's passage. Within its fading contours, faint initials and a possible date were discernible. As darkness descended, the air grew colder, and the metal took on an altered quality. Amidst deepening shadows, the engravings seemed to metamorphose and shift. What once resembled entwined vines now appeared as scripted words in an unfamiliar hand. I found myself swaying slightly, entranced by the mesmerizing patterns. The gentle tap of my umbrella against the gate, a forgotten accessory, shattered my reverie. The sound resonated with an unusual echo, akin to a bell chiming underwater. In that instant, I sensed rather than heard a response emanating from the depths of the garden beyond. It could have been the wind whispering through the foliage, or perhaps something more profound. Gradually, I discerned how the engravings narrated fragments of a tale. Here, two figures locked in an embrace. There, a flourishing garden in full bloom. Further along, the same garden in winter, barren branches stretching towards an unseen sky. The scenes flowed seamlessly, connected by sweeping lines that embodied time itself, or perhaps memory or yearning. Time seemed to ebb and flow differently within this realm. The streetlights had flickered on imperceptibly, casting a soft glow that illuminated the metal's aged patina. Each beam of light unveiled fresh details in the engravings, a hidden bird here, a fallen leaf there, all contributing to the larger narrative I was gradually unraveling. The narrative recounted the story of two lovers who had once tended the garden beyond. Their names faded into obscurity, but their saga endured, preserved in iron and rust. Together they had cultivated something of beauty, something that blossomed and thrived. Yet like all gardens, theirs experienced seasons of change. The engravings depicted how their love had withstood trials, weathered winters, and ultimately evolved into something timeless. As I stood there, time flowing around me like a gentle stream, I comprehended that the gate was more than a mere barrier or entrance. It was a testament, a love letter cast in metal destined to endure for centuries. The weathered heart at its core was not a symbol of decay, but of resilience. Even as the details faded, the essence endured, touching all who paused to observe, to ponder, to feel. In the distance, a church bell tolled, its chime blending with the hushed whisper of the evening wind. With one final glance at the gate, I knew I would return, aware that it would never reveal itself in quite the same light twice. As I turned to depart, my fingertips brushed against the heart-shaped emblem one last time. In that fleeting moment, a gentle warmth pulsed through the metal, akin to a heartbeat preserved in iron, still pulsating after countless years. The tale of the gate lingered with me as I traversed homeward through the encroaching dusk. I realized then that some stories are not meant to be fully deciphered, they are meant to be felt, to resonate in that liminal space between knowing and questioning, between perceiving and believing. The faded engravings had imparted what they wished to convey, safeguarding their deeper enigmas within their iron embrace. Story 17. In a forgotten corner of an overlooked library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript whose aged pages held enigmatic footnotes. Each minuscule annotation, scripted in an unfamiliar hand, hinted at a concealed tale lurking beneath the surface. The musty scent of ancient parchment and ink intertwined with an aura of anticipation, urging me to unravel the veiled lore hidden within. The leather binding whispered softly as I turned each intricate page, my touch grazing centuries of accumulated dust. While the main text appeared mundane, a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore, the footnotes wove a different narrative. They began innocently enough, with standard scholarly citations and concise explanations. Yet, as I delved further into the manuscript, the annotations underwent a transformation. The script in the margins grew urgent, the ink seeping deeper into the weathered paper. References to obscure texts gave way to personal musings, then evolved into what resembled diary entries. The unknown annotator recounted eerie sounds in vacant corridors, shadows dancing against the light and whispers resonating in empty spaces. Lost in that quiet alcove of the library, surrounded by towering shelves leaning in as if listening to my every breath, I found myself immersed for hours. The gentle golden light from the desk lamp bathed the pages in a warm glow, while the gaps between the shelves cloaked in shadow. As twilight descended, the shadows stretched and crept across the floor like a dark tide. One footnote in particular seized my attention. It alluded to a sequence of numbers that appeared to be dates, yet followed no calendar I recognized. Beneath them, in slightly trembling script, were inscribed the words, "The patterns emerge only in darkness." They speak of what lies between moments, in the spaces where time folds upon itself. Contemplating these cryptic notes, I began to perceive peculiar patterns in my own life. Books materialized on my desk without my intervention. The library seemed to rearrange itself in my absence, creating new pathways through the stacks that inevitably led me back to that manuscript. The rustle of turning pages whispered through the air, even when the book lay closed before me. The footnotes adopted a more intimate tone, as if the annotator sensed they were communicating with a future reader with me. They spoke of a dawning awareness, a gradual realization that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations had become a conduit, bridging not just pages but epochs, perhaps eons. Time blurred as I delved deeper into the enigmatic marginalia. The soft tick-tock of the library clock seemed to decelerate, then halt entirely. The quality of light remained constant despite the hours spent engrossed in reading, as though the sun had paused in its celestial journey. Enveloped in a gentle twilight that never fully surrendered to darkness, I found myself engrossed in a reverie. The footnotes navigated me through a labyrinth of references, each thread connecting to another in a complex tapestry of significance. They narrated tales of ancient civilizations that had mastered the art of folding time like parchment, of scholars who had deciphered the spaces between words, of libraries existing simultaneously across diverse epochs. Approaching the final pages, the annotations took on a reflective, almost tranquil quality. The frenzied energy of earlier notes metamorphosed into a serene, embracing essence. The ultimate footnote bore a simple message. To comprehend time, one must venture beyond its confines. You who peruse these words, you have already embarked on the journey. When I lifted my gaze from the manuscript, a shift in the silence enveloping me became palpable. It felt profound, resonant, as if the very atmosphere had thickened with untold stories. The shadows amidst the shelves ceased to be vacant, now imbued with a subtle motion, akin to curtains stirring in an unseen breeze. I now visit the library daily, though the exact moments of my arrival and departure elude my awareness. Manuscript rests where I first chanced upon it, yet its contents morph and evolve with each perusal. Occasionally, fleeting glimpses of other readers flicker in my peripheral vision, scholars from diverse eras, all drawn to the enigmatic footnotes. We communicate without words, sensing their presence like faint echoes in the recesses of my mind. The true essence of the manuscript remains elusive, yet I have come to realize that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. Amidst those tranquil interludes amidst the shelves, enveloped by the soft murmurs of ancient pages, I have unearthed a distinct form of wisdom, one that dwells in the gaps between our perceived knowledge and the realms awaiting discovery. I persist in reading, the footnotes guiding me through their labyrinthine meanings. Perhaps one day you too shall encounter this manuscript. And when you do, remember that the profoundest mysteries are those that reshape us not through revelation, but through the gentle art of pondering. Story 18. Amid a rare journey into a dilapidated, deserted theater, I settled into a seat within the dimly lit auditorium. Silence descended like a soft blanket wrapping around me, only to be gently interrupted by a nearly imperceptible laughter that seemed to dance along the aisles. The faint sound mingled with the musty aroma of velvet curtains and decaying props, as if the very essence of the theater, now a relic of the past, retained whispers of nights filled with applause and happiness, now reduced to spectral murmurs. My presence in this forgotten place was driven by a quest for inspiration for my writing, drawn by whispers of the peculiar ambience that cloaked the old building. The weighty wooden doors groaned open at my touch, beckoning me into a realm suspended between yesteryears and now. Dust particles pirouetted in slender rays of light that filtered through tall windows, crafting ethereal patterns that ebbed and flowed like ghostly dancers on an unseen stage. The crimson velvet seats, though faded with time, exuded a certain grace. Tracing my fingers along their worn fabric, I sensed the countless tales woven into their threads, numerous evenings of entertainment, romance, and enchantment. The air carried a subtle sweetness beneath its aged veneer, reminiscent of vintage perfume and makeup powder, akin to the lingering essence of performers long gone. Gradually adjusting to the dimness, I caught glimpses of subtle movements in my peripheral vision. The heavy stage curtains would occasionally sway, despite the absence of any breeze. The gentle rustle of fabric was accompanied by soft footsteps crossing the stage, their rhythm echoing a forgotten dance. In the tranquility, more sounds revealed themselves, the gentle creak of floorboards as if unseen actors were taking their places, and the hushed rustle of pages turning, akin to an invisible prompter rehearsing their lines. These sounds weren't eerie, they were comforting, wrapping me in a quilt of memories. Time seemed to warp within these walls. Minutes elongated into hours as I remained still, absorbing the theater's silent symphony. The afternoon light gradually shifted, casting elongated shadows over the vacant seats. These shadows seemed to morph into shapes, silhouettes of a captivated audience, their forms hinting at elegant evening attire and meticulously styled hair. The laughter I had heard earlier returned, now accompanied by the muffled sound of applause, distant yet intimate, akin to a melody played at its softest volume. I closed my eyes, allowing the sounds to wash over me. Upon reopening them, I could have sworn I caught a glimpse of a dress fluttering behind a pillar, the fabric catching the light for a fleeting moment before vanishing. As evening descended, the theater seemed to stir with life. The temperature would shift unexpectedly, warm patches followed by cool breezes as if unseen figures brushed past. The stage lights, dormant for years, emitted a faint, phosphorescent gleam, barely noticeable yet undeniably present. I found myself drawn toward the stage. The wooden steps groaned beneath my weight as I ascended, each sound reverberating through the empty expanse. Standing at center stage, facing the sea of unoccupied seats, they somehow felt far from empty. The air buzzed with anticipation, like an audience holding its breath before the opening act. From this standpoint, I noticed overlooked details. Trinkets scattered around the wings, a tarnished hand mirror, a lone glove, an ancient script with yellowed, curling pages, all arranged as if their owners had just stepped away momentarily. The mirror's dulled surface occasionally reflected images that shouldn't have been there, fleeting movements, bursts of color, vanishing before I could focus on them. My voice, when it finally emerged, was but a whisper. "Is anyone here?" The words lingered in the air, swallowed by the darkness beyond the stage. The response was not immediate, but a gradual crescendo of subtle sounds, the swish of fabric, distant whispers, the gentle tap of footsteps, intertwining like an orchestral composition building towards its climax. As I stood there, I came to realize that the theater wasn't truly barren. It was brimming with echoes, not just of sound, but of moments, sentiments, and encounters. Each performance, each chuckle, each tear shed during a poignant scene had left an imprint, forming layers of memories that had somehow solidified in the stillness. The laughter I had heard wasn't sinister or mocking. It was jubilant, appreciative, born of authentic amusement and joy. It felt as though the theater itself had absorbed these instances of happiness and occasionally allowed them to seep back into our world, like notes from a self-playing music box. As darkness descended, I knew it was time to depart. Winding my way through the aisles, I felt a gentle tug, as if the theater yearned to detain me a while longer. The exit door seemed further than I remembered, the path shrouded in shadows that hadn't existed before. Upon finally reaching the door, I cast one last glance backward. In that fleeting moment, the entire theater appeared as it once must have been, filled with shadowy figures, stage lights aglow warmly, curtains quivering with anticipation. Yet it vanished in an instant, leaving behind the familiar emptiness. Stepping outside, I comprehended that empty was an erroneous term. The theater was brimming, overflowing with stories, memories, moments frozen in time. And at times, if you listen intently enough, you can hear them all unfolding once more, an eternal performance for a solitary viewer. The laughter I had heard would linger, a reminder that certain places are never truly forsaken. They merely wait, amassing recollections, until someone arrives who knows how to discern the echoes of joy lingering in the shadows. Story 19. In the hush of an early morning stroll through a tranquil meadow, I halted to behold the glistening dew adorning the grass like precious jewels. To my bewilderment, the tiny droplets had formed themselves into intricate, minuscule letters, a language scripted by the hand of nature itself. The air was alive with the earthy scent of moist soil and wild blooms, enveloping me in a cocoon of tranquility. A whisper of mystery lingered in the mist that clung close to the ground, casting a soft, ethereal glow over everything it touched. As I knelt down, drawn by the allure of the dewdrops, my breath stirred faint ripples in the moisture-laden atmosphere. The letters seemed to quiver and sway, their forms just beyond the grasp of understanding. Each stroke and curve was as delicate as the finest calligraphy etched in liquid crystal. An inexplicable pull beckoned me back to that meadow each dawn, as if the ephemeral message was a secret meant solely for my eyes. With the sun's warming embrace, the dewscript evolved, transitioning from clear, precise symbols to abstract designs that melded seamlessly into the verdant tapestry of grass. Occasionally, foreign words in unfamiliar tongues would emerge, their shapes both alien and strangely familiar. The gentle rustle of the breeze through the tall blades became my constant companion, harmonizing with the melodious chorus of early birds heralding the birth of a new day. I commenced documenting these enigmatic messages in a weathered leather journal, my fingers tracing the damp imprints on the pages as I transcribed what I beheld. The paper bore a slight ripple, as if retaining the essence of the dew from which the letters emerged. One mist-laden morning, a change caught my eye. The script had begun spiraling outward from a central point, weaving a complex mandala of words and symbols that seemed to pulse with an unseen energy. The air crackled with a silent vibrancy, muffling the usual sounds of daybreak as though the meadow itself held its breath in anticipation. Goosebumps prickled my skin as I followed the intricate spiral with intent eyes, attempting to decipher its cryptic message. The signs began manifesting in unexpected places, the condensation on my bedroom window, the steam rising from my morning cup of tea. Even the frost patterns on autumn leaves bore traces of the mysterious script. In my slumber, the scripts materialized in vivid dreams, flowing like molten silver through landscapes of shadows and light. They whispered cryptic truths in voices composed of rustling leaves and distant wind chimes, leaving me on the cusp of understanding upon waking, the revelations slipping away like ephemeral water through cupped hands. Day by day, my journal burgeoned with sketches and notations, a testament to this gentle enigma. Hours were spent scrutinizing the patterns, noting their correlation with lunar phases, seasonal transitions, and the subtle shifts in morning light. A profound sense of a deeper harmony began to unfurl, a slow, vast dialogue between earth and sky, with the dew script as the silent intermediary. With the onset of winter, the messages waned, appearing only on pristine mornings when the air was crisp and still. I cherished these fleeting moments, knowing that each one held the promise of being the last until the arrival of spring. Frost crafted its own rendition of the script, etching delicate messages into the frozen blades that glittered like diamonds in the soft sunlight. Years have passed, yet I still frequent the meadow, though the messages now visit me less frequently. I ponder if their purpose was to lead me to this state of tranquil observation, this serene appreciation of the subtle enchantment of dawn. The dew still bestows its perfect droplets upon grass and leaf, and though the distinct letters may have dissolved, I've discovered a new language in their patterns, a language that whispers of the beauty found in unsolved mysteries. My journal rests upon my desk, its pages filled with the captured essence of those dawn revelations. When I leaf through its weathered leaves, I observe how the sketch designs seem to shift and transform under varying lights, much like the elusive script itself. Perhaps, I muse, comprehension was never the ultimate goal. Perhaps the true gift lay in those quiet instants of wonder, in the art of pausing to witness the world's small miracles with patient, grateful eyes. The meadow has evolved into my sanctuary, a realm where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurs in the gentle glow of daybreak. While the meaning of those crystalline messages may forever elude me, their presence has imprinted upon my soul, teaching me that life's most profound experiences often arise not from grand revelations, but from the gentle unfurling of questions that need no answers. Story 20. In the heart of a forgotten town, an old theater stood, its once grand facade now weathered and worn. Intrigued by an unexplainable pull, I ventured inside, drawn by a longing to uncover the secrets held within its decaying walls. The air was thick with the scent of history, a blend of musty curtains and faded dreams that enveloped me as I stepped onto the creaking stage. A soft, haunting voice filled the space, carrying with it a melody of sorrow and yearning. It seemed to echo through time, whispering of bygone performances and untold tales. Shadows danced along the time-worn walls, accompanied by the gentle rustling of papers stirred by an invisible breeze that weaved through the forgotten corridors. As I wandered further, my footsteps creating a symphony of whispers with each step, I found myself drawn to a dimly lit dressing room mirror. Its aged surface held a mystical allure, reflecting movements and figures that seemed to belong to another era. The voice, now barely a whisper, led me deeper into the labyrinth of memories that the theater held captive. Lost in a trance, I unearthed relics of the past, crumbling playbills, delicate costume pieces, and scattered sheet music waiting to be played once more. The voice, now clearer, narrated tales of love and loss, weaving a tapestry of emotions that tugged at my heartstrings. As day turned to night, the theater transformed, casting long shadows that danced with a life of their own. The voice, a gentle murmur that enveloped me in a cocoon of nostalgia, seemed to belong to the very essence of the building itself, a guardian of memories long forgotten. With the arrival of darkness, the voice took on a new depth, resonating through the air and stirring the soul. I found myself on the brink of dreams, caught between reality and a world where phantom audiences watched in silent reverence, their presence felt in the shifting moonlight. As the night deepened, a profound sense of peace settled over me, and the voice began to fade, leaving behind a feeling of closure and gratitude. The theater, now hushed and still, seemed to sigh with contentment, as if my presence had awakened its slumbering spirits. Leaving the theater, I carried with me the echo of that mysterious voice, a reminder of the stories waiting to be unearthed in the quiet hours of the night. Months passed, yet the pull of the theater remained strong, drawing me back to its embrace between twilight and dawn. The voice, a constant companion in the shadows, whispered of tales untold and memories preserved in the moonlit dust. In those quiet moments, the boundary between past and present blurred, and I became a part of the ever-evolving narrative of the old theater. And so the stories lingered, woven into the very fabric of the building, waiting for those willing to listen and be immersed in the timeless magic of that mysterious voice that echoed through the hallowed halls of the forgotten theater. Story 21. In the hush of a solitary walk near the edge of a dense forest, a faint, nearly imperceptible howl sent shivers down my spine, rippling through the lofty treetops. The air was alive with the crisp fragrance of pine and damp earth, enveloping me in its tranquil embrace. Peering into the shadowy depths of the woods, I felt a mysterious beckoning, urging me to delve deeper into the secrets concealed just beyond the realm of light. Bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun filtering through the canopy above, dappled shadows danced a silent waltz across the forest floor as I ventured forth. Each step I took stirred a satisfying symphony of crunching leaves and snapping twigs beneath my feet, adding to the enchantment of the forest's embrace. The air grew dense, thick with a heady sense of moss and decay, yet strangely invigorating in its primal earthiness. Drawn irresistibly forward by an unexplainable force, my curiosity eclipsed any lingering sense of unease that whispered at the edge of my consciousness. With each stride deeper into the woods, the familiar cacophony of the outside world gradually faded into a distant memory. The rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze crescendoed into a soft, melodic whisper that serenaded my senses. Occasional flickers of movement caught in my peripheral vision teased my senses, but each time I turned to gaze upon them, they dissolved into the swaying branches and shifting shadows of the forest. The faint howl echoed once more, barely discernible, as if an echo of my imagination. Yet this time it bore a different essence, a haunting melody intertwined with the whispering wind. The forest fell into a reverent silence, as if holding its breath in anticipation. The birds ceased their joyful serenades, and even the insects stilled their incessant hum. In that profound stillness, a subtle energy vibrated through the air, raising the fine hairs on my skin in a silent salute to the unseen forces at play. At last I stumbled upon a clearing where the trees formed a perfect ring around a tranquil pond. Its ebony surface mirrored the overcast sky above, undisturbed by even the faintest ripple. As I drew closer, a peculiar sight greeted me in the reflection that gazed back a delayed mimicry of my movements, as if struggling to keep pace with reality. A chill crept into the air, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter around my form. It was then that I noticed wisps of mist unfurling from the earth in delicate tendrils, coiling around my ankles with a cool, ethereal caress akin to silk against my skin. The mist exuded a soft, otherworldly luminescence, pulsating in harmony with the forest's rhythmic breath. Standing at the water's edge, I discerned phantom shapes materializing within the mist, elusive and transient, vanishing when met with direct scrutiny. They bore resemblance to deer, yet their movements transcended the bounds of nature, fluid and graceful in their ethereal dance. The distant howl drew nearer, retaining its ghostly timbre, resonating from all directions at once, an eerie chorus woven by the forest itself. Lost in a gentle trance, I swayed imperceptibly as the veil between the tangible world and the enigmatic unknown grew ever thinner. The trees leaned inward, their boughs stretching towards the clearing like curious onlookers, their twisted forms hinting at ancient, watchful faces observing my every breath with timeless patience. Time dissolved into a mere whisper, the daylight unchanged though hours must have slipped by unnoticed. The mist thickened, enveloping the clearing in a swirling sea of white, isolating me in a pocket of ethereal existence. The howl resounded once more, no longer a mere cry but a haunting melody, a primal song echoing the hidden truths buried deep within the earth, whispering of age-old enigmas predating human footsteps in these ancient woods. Suspended between the realms of reality and reverie, I sensed a presence lingering behind me, heralded by the fragrance of wild flowers and morning frost carried on a shifting breeze. Every fiber of my being urged me to turn, to confront the unknown entity awaiting my gaze, yet my body remained rooted in place by an unseen force. Perhaps it was fear that held me motionless, or perhaps a silent understanding that certain mysteries are best left undisturbed, their secrets preserved in the hallowed silence of the forest's eternal embrace. The ethereal presence drew closer, enveloping me in a profound serenity that resonated through the ancient voices of the forest, whispering in long-forgotten tongues. In that transcendent moment, I realized I had stumbled upon a rare and sacred nexus, where the boundary between the known and the unknowable blurred into a harmonious symphony of existence. I never turned to face the enigmatic presence, instead closing my eyes to immerse myself in the haunting melody of the forest's song. When I reopened my eyes, the mist had dissipated, leaving the clearing bathed in ordinary light once more. Yet as I retraced my steps through the woods, a certainty lingered within me, a profound understanding that I had brushed against something extraordinary, a fragment of the world where magic and mystery reigned supreme, patiently awaiting those willing to heed their silent call. Even now, on tranquil nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I catch echoes of that distant, ethereal howl, a half-remembered dream beckoning me to realms where wonder and enigma intertwine, offering glimpses of the profound mysteries that lie just beyond the veil of perception, waiting for those with open hearts to embrace their timeless secrets. Story 22. In a neglected workshop brimming with remnants of skilled hands, I stumbled upon a fractured clock displaying its inner workings and a face trapped in time's grasp. As I observed the unsteady dance of its wandering hands, the chilly, musty air thick with the scent of oil and decay seemed to throb with a tale of stolen instants and recollections suspended between ticks. The workshop beckoned to me on this autumn night, its worn door slightly open, luring me into its depths. Moonbeams filtered through dusty windows, casting elongated shadows over workbenches smoothed by years of careful touch. The wooden floorboards murmured beneath my steps, each creak releasing the faint perfume of aged pine and forsaken artistry. Surrounding me, numerous timepieces adorned the shelves, grandfather clocks standing sentinel-like, their pendulums motionless, and pocket watches nestled in velvet-lined drawers, their golden casings dulled by time. Yet it was this specific piece that captivated me, a mantel clock boasting a detailed brass visage, its crystal fractured in a pattern akin to a spider's web. Settling into the weathered craftsman's chair, I noticed a peculiar trait about the damaged timepiece. Despite its disconnected power, the second hand would sporadically twitch, briefly reversing before settling once more. The motion was so subtle that initially I questioned if my eyes deceived me in the dim light. The sound of my own breath seemed to sync with these minuscule movements, drawing me closer, studying the delicate mechanism within. The tarnished brass gears retained an unearthly gleam, some etched with unfamiliar markings, symbols foreign to my years of antique timepiece collection. A gentle breeze swept through the workshop, carrying the soft melody of distant wind chimes. Yet upon closer listening, the tinkling began to mimic the delicate chimes of clock bells. The air grew dense, charged with an electric energy that caused the fine hairs on my arms to stand on end. Reaching out to touch the clock's face, the metal felt unexpectedly warm beneath my fingertips. The warmth crept up my arm, bringing with it a peculiar awareness. Foreign memories began to surface. I glimpsed the workshop in its prime, sunlight streaming through pristine windows, the synchronized tick-tock of numerous clocks, and an aged craftsman bent over this very timepiece. His hands moved with practiced skill as he constructed something far beyond a mere clock. The symbols on the gears shifted and blurred in my sight, rearranging into patterns that tugged at the edges of my comprehension. Each new configuration hinted at possibilities, moments that could have existed, time flowing not like a river, but like an ocean with countless currents and whirlpools. The workshop around me seemed less solid, reality gently swaying to the rhythm of the broken clock. Shadows elongated and shortened in impossible ways, and in my peripheral vision, transparent figures moved through the space, ethereal shapes engaged in activities from other times, coexisting with my own. My fingers remained connected to the clock's face, unable to retract, not from fear, but from a profound, tranquil fascination. The warmth spread through my entire being, accompanied by an understanding surpassing words. This was not an ordinary timepiece. It was a portal to the essence of time itself, crafted by someone privy to secrets beyond human grasp. As night enveloped me, a soft ticking emanated from the clock, although its gears remained motionless. The sound seemed to echo from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, akin to the heartbeat of the workshop. With each tick, the transparent figures gained substance, their movements clearer. Among them I recognized the aged craftsman, our gazes meeting fleetingly across the expanse of years. The air filled with the scent of metal and ozone, the workshop's temperature fluctuating between warmth and coolness in gentle undulations. The ticking softened, growing distant, and I realized my perception of time had begun to drift. Moments stretched and compressed like elastic, the boundaries between past, present, and future fragile as morning mist. When I finally withdrew my hand, the workshop returned to its abandoned state, yet something fundamental had altered. The broken clock sat innocently before me, its hands motionless once more, pulsating with potential, a brass and time heart awaiting the next discover of its mysteries. I frequent the workshop now, though its exact location eludes description. At times, I sit for hours in the craftsman's chair, observing the play of light and shadow on the fractured timepiece. And occasionally, in the perfect moment, I lay my hand upon its face, drifting into the space between seconds, where all moments coexist, and time is an infinite, beautiful prospect. Ultimately, I never attempted to mend the shattered timepiece. Some things, I've realized, are more exquisite in their brokenness, imperfections, creating crevices where magic seeps into our world. In the quietest nocturnal hours, when the workshop is bathed in moonlight and memory alone, I swear I still hear it ticking, counting out the rhythm of moments that never were and always will be. Story 23. Amidst a sudden deluge on an otherwise unremarkable evening, I sought refuge beneath an awning, evading the rain's relentless assault. In the symphony of droplets drumming against the pavement, a subtle, urgent whisper rode the storm's coattails. The cool, damp air carried the essence of fresh rain and distant thunder, while that clandestine murmur hinted at enigmas the storm was eager to unveil. Enthralled, I stood rooted beneath the rhythmic downpour, the canvas above me a shield from nature's tempestuous dance. Once more the whisper reached my ears, clearer this time, akin to a voice murmuring just over my shoulder. I turned only to be met with empty space and the encroaching dusk shadows. Streetlights flickered to life, casting gentle halos in the misty atmosphere, beckoning me forward into a narrow passage flanked by weathered brick facades. Ordinarily, I would have dismissed such a peculiar urge, yet this evening bore an inexplicable aura. The whisper held no malevolence, but rather a soft insistence reminiscent of my grandmother's bedtime tales. With cautious steps, I ventured into the alley as the rain softened to a gentle mist, the warmth of the brick walls a stark contrast to the evening chill, as if they retained the sun's embrace through the ages, releasing it slowly into the world. My footfalls created soft ripples in the shallow puddles, refracting light in mesmerizing patterns from above. The alley expanded into a secluded courtyard, shielded from prying eyes by aged edifices. At its heart stood an ancient fountain, weathered by time and elements, its waters cascading in harmonious symphony with the rain. The whisper now seemed to emanate from the very core of the fountain, growing in intensity as I drew near. Clustering around the fountain's base were small blue blooms, their petals aglow with an otherworldly radiance pulsing in harmony with the falling water. These blossoms, both ancient and freshly sprung, seemed to exist in multiple epochs concurrently, a paradoxical beauty that defied conventional understanding. Kneeling beside the fountain, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washed over me. Faint markings adorned the stone's surface, resembling inscriptions of a foreign tongue beyond my recognition. As my fingers traced the enigmatic symbols, they shifted beneath my touch, fluid like words etched in water. The whisper coalesced into discernible words, weaving a tale of memories, promises, and cyclical time akin to the spiraling waters within the fountain. The narrative spoke of past visitors drawn to this sanctum across centuries, all lured by the same gentle summons on rainy nights. Within the fountain's pool, reflections materialized, depicting fleeting glimpses of bygone eras' lives and moments intertwined with my present. Each mirage ebbed and faded like dreams at dawn, leaving behind a faint imprint of their transient existence. The blue blossoms continued their gentle pulsations, casting ethereal shadows that danced upon the courtyard walls. Time here flowed differently, akin to honey cascading from a spoon, languid, sweet, and unhurried. Absent was the urge to depart, devoid of fear amidst encroaching darkness. The whispers morphed into a soothing embrace, akin to a lullaby heard in childhood, faintly remembered. Seated by the fountain, the rain persisted in its gentle descent, a curtain of water separating this hidden refuge from the mundane world beyond. Secrets unfurled through whispers, their essence seeping into my subconscious, destined to be etched in my deepest dreams. Upon rising to depart, a lone blue bloom detached, drifting into my outstretched palm. Though its glow dimmed to match reality, its intrinsic beauty remained undiminished. The whispers waned as I retraced my steps through the alley, yet their presence lingered like a tender caress. Emerging onto the street, the rain had ceased, leaving the air heavy with moisture. Familiar streetlights bathed the wet asphalt in their luminance, life resuming its ordinary cadence. Despite the veneer of normalcy, I bore the mark of that mysterious courtyard's gentle enigma. On rainy evenings since, a faint echo of those whispers occasionally drifts on the wind. The blue bloom rests on my windowsill, outwardly unremarkable to casual observers. Yet in the stillness of night, when the world hushes, it pulses with a soft light, a reminder of promises whispered in the rain, of mysteries veiled just beyond our perception, patiently awaiting discovery by those attuned to the storm's murmurs. Story 24. In the dead of night, as I drove down a deserted highway, a looming radio tower caught my eye, outlined against the moon's silver glow. Passing by, my car radio crackled with static, only to be interrupted by a subtle rhythmic signal that seemed to pulse with a cryptic significance. The chill in the air carried a metallic tang mingled with the promise of distant storms, creating an atmosphere as if the tower whispered secrets from a bygone era. Intrigued, I found myself pulling over, drawn by an inexplicable urge to uncover the mystery. The soft purr of my car's engine faded to nothingness as I turned the key, leaving only the gentle rustle of grass in the wind and the persistent, rhythmic static emanating from the radio. The signal, now clearer, manifested as a sequence of long and short bursts reminiscent of Morse code, but with a unique cadence. The tower stood tall against the deep indigo sky, its warning lights extinguished long ago. Time had weathered its metallic facade, etching intricate patterns that almost seemed deliberate in their complexity. As I gazed, clouds drifted lazily over the moon, casting shifting shadows that gave the tower a subtle sway. The rhythm of the signal stirred a sense of familiarity within me, akin to a half-remembered melody from childhood. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the sound, searching my memory for its origins. The static ebbed and flowed like gentle tides, carrying whispers of possible words just beyond comprehension. Attempting to record the enigmatic broadcast on my phone, I discovered it refused to power up, the screen remaining dark despite being fully charged. The air grew heavy with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere held its breath. A light mist began to form, enveloping the tower's base like a tender embrace. Enthralled by the signal's rhythm, memories surfaced, memories that felt alien yet oddly intimate. I envisioned individuals in a control room, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of analog instruments, urgently discussing a matter of great importance, something they sought to safeguard. The scene was vivid, the scent of coffee and the whir of magnetic tape reels almost tangible. The mist thickened, veiling the tower in a ghostly shroud, while the signal's pattern subtly shifted, revealing morsels of its cryptic message. Numbers, dates, scientific data, and coordinates flitted through my mind, hinting at a profound discovery encoded within this endless transmission, awaiting comprehension. Time seemed to blur as I sat immersed in the cocoon of sound and mist, the temperature dropping slightly as I huddled in my jacket, spellbound and unable to leave. Each pulse of static felt like a piece of an intricate puzzle, dormant for decades until the right interpreter arrived. A soft glow emanated from the tower's base, pulsating in harmony with the radio signal, casting a warm amber light that danced through the fog, captivating me with its hypnotic allure. The rhythmic play of light synchronized with my breath, lulling me into a drowsy state. The signal's pattern evolved into a melodic arrangement, akin to a soothing lullaby, unveiling that the memories I encountered were intentionally transmitted, preserved in the endless loop of static and silence. With the approaching dawn, the mist dispersed and the signal gradually faded, leaving the tower shrouded in rust and the passage of time. My phone suddenly sprang to life, displaying missed calls from concerned loved ones. The first light of day painted the sky in gentle hues, casting a dreamlike quality over the night's events. Resuming my journey on the empty highway, I sensed a change within. The signal's rhythm lingered, humming just beneath the surface of my thoughts, beckoning me back to untangle more of its enigma. Some frequencies, once tuned into, become ingrained in us, forming a clandestine connection to something greater than ourselves. Even now, on tranquil nights when the wind whispers just so, I catch fleeting echoes of that signal in the static between radio stations. It serves as a reminder that mysteries persist in the world, camouflaged in plain view, awaiting an attentive listener. The tower stands as a monument to those who came before, their message encrypted in the ceaseless waves of static, patiently awaiting the decipherer of its secrets. Story 25. On a foggy evening, I wandered down a creaking pier extending into a mist-shrouded bay. The soft sounds of waves lapping against the shore and the distant calls of seabirds filled the air. Amid this coastal symphony, a mysterious melody emerged, a harmony woven by the wind and water, a tune whispered by nature's unseen hands. The tang of salt in the air mingled with the scent of aged wood, enveloping the pier in an aura of quiet mystique. Each step I took echoed softly on the weathered planks, adding a rhythmic undertone to the ethereal music that seemed to drift from all directions at once. As I ventured deeper into the fog, it enveloped me like a gentle embrace, cloaking me in a soft gray veil. The lanterns lining the pier cast warm pools of light through the mist, their halos swaying with the evening breeze. Something peculiar caught my eye. The railing seemed to vibrate faintly, as if resonating with the enigmatic melody that filled the air. When I touched the smooth, weathered wood, I felt a subtle tremor, like a lingering echo of a distant sound. In this liminal space, time seemed to lose its grip, the outside world fading into the mist. The melody evolved, growing more intricate with each passing moment. What began as a simple tune now wove together the whisper of wind, the rhythmic splash of water, and faint, ethereal voices harmonizing in the distance. At the end of the pier stood an ancient gazebo, its Victorian architecture barely visible through the swirling fog. As I approached, the music swelled to a gentle crescendo, the gazebo's railings resonating like the pipes of an organ, each post adding its own unique note to the symphony. Inside the gazebo, intricate patterns danced on the wooden ceiling, spirals and waves moving in the flickering lantern light. A weathered plaque caught my eye, its faint inscription hinting at a forgotten past. In memory of the symphony, it read, with a date from a bygone era barely legible. I sat on a worn wooden bench, surrounded by swirling mist that seemed to take on elusive shapes in time with the music. As night descended, an unusual warmth lingered in the air, the lantern light pulsing gently in time with the melody. Shadows danced across the carved patterns above, casting a mesmerizing display of light and shadow. In this dreamlike realm between reality and reverie, I realized the pier itself was a grand instrument, a symphony composed by the elements. Every plank, railing, and post had been placed not just for function, but for the music they birthed when touched by wind and wave. The worn plaque's message whispered a tale of remembrance, hinting at a tribute long forgotten. Perhaps this pier was more than a mere dock, but a homage to an unknown legacy, a nightly serenade offered to those who listened. As I prepared to depart, the melody trailed behind me, a soft echo that lingered in the still night air. The mist parted to reveal a path back to shore, yet the rhythm of the music remained etched in my soul, a haunting memory of a surreal encounter. To this day, I return to that pier on misty evenings, drawn by the ever-changing symphony that plays upon the sea's breath. Each visit unveils a new rendition of the mysterious melody, shaped by the elements and the spirits of the bay. It is a riddle unsolved, a reminder that beauty often lies in the enigmatic, in the unexplainable wonders that stir the heart and soul. The experience left me pondering, was it a natural marvel, a symphony crafted by wind and wood? Or had I stumbled upon something extraordinary, a piece of history whispered in the timeless notes of an endless sea-bound song? Story 26. On a serene night, a sudden downpour sent me outside to retrieve my umbrella. To my surprise, I discovered a trail of muddy footprints leading away from my door. The rain fell steadily, its rhythmic pitter-patter on the pavement creating a mysterious ambience. The chill of the damp air carried an unspoken presence, leaving me both curious and uneasy. Beneath the soft glow of the porch light, I observed as water droplets slowly blurred the edges of each footprint, turning them into vague shapes against the wet concrete. The rain cascaded in gentle waves, producing a soothing white noise that drowned out the usual evening sounds. My breath formed tiny clouds in the cool air as I pondered the enigmatic marks before me. The footprints were peculiar, neither the right size nor shape of any shoes I owned, yet somehow familiar. They appeared as if made by someone walking with deliberate care, each step purposeful. What intrigued me most was the slight shimmer they emitted in the dim light, as if holding fragments of reflected moonlight within. Compelled by an inexplicable curiosity, I began to follow the trail. My own footsteps whispered on the wet ground, accompanied by the gentle rain patter on my coat. The air carried the rich scent of wet earth mingled with a faint, sweet fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. The path led me through the garden, where raindrops adorned leaves and petals like delicate pearls. Night-blooming jasmine released its ethereal perfume into the misty air. The footprints weaved between plants with uncanny precision, never disturbing a single stem or leaf, as if the maker knew exactly where to step. As I pursued the trail, I noticed something peculiar about the raindrops falling around the footprints. They hesitated for a fraction of a second before touching the ground, forming suspended water spheres briefly. The effect, subtle yet mesmerizing, hinted at a hidden magic in the rainy night. The garden path opened to a small clearing where the footprints formed a perfect circle, suggesting a slow, deliberate turning motion. Within this circle, the grass appeared different, almost silvery, somehow more alive, swaying in an unseen breeze. Kneeling to examine the grass, I felt a gentle vibration emanating from the ethereal stems, as if they hummed with a secret melody. The rain continued its steady cadence, but within the circle, each drop seemed to sing a soft, barely audible note as it descended. Rising slowly, I noticed the footprints extending beyond the circle, now lighter and nearly invisible against the dark earth, as if their maker had begun to fade. The sweet, mysterious scent intensified, blending with the rain-soaked air, enveloping me in a tranquil aura. Following the fainter trail led me to the old oak tree at the edge of my property. Its massive branches reached out like protective arms, leaves whispering secrets in the rain. The footprints concluded at the tree's base, or perhaps they continued up its trunk, merging with the bark's natural patterns in the dim light and rain. Placing my hand against the wet bark, I sensed a subtle vibration akin to a sleeping heart beating in slow motion. Water trickled down the trunk, forming fleeting patterns resembling written words that dissolved before my eyes. In the rain-soaked ambience, the atmosphere shifted, charged with a gentle electricity akin to the moment before a rainbow appears. Raindrops fell in intricate patterns, dancing in harmony with an unheard melody, casting light and shadow in a mesmerizing display. Though I never laid eyes on my silent visitor that night, their presence had transformed my garden into a realm of magic and mystery. Even after returning indoors, the echoes of their passage lingered in the air around me. The sweet, enigmatic scent clung to my clothes for days, reappearing faintly when rain graced the earth. Now on quiet rainy nights, I find myself drawn outside, hoping to stumble upon new footprints weaving through my garden. While the visitor remains elusive, a subtle change has imbued the falling rain, the garden's growth, and the old oak trees sway with an otherworldly allure. As I pen these words by lamplight, a storm brewing outside, I ponder if the visitor didn't merely pass through but left a part of themselves intertwined with this place's essence. Sometimes, drifting off to sleep to the soft rain, I swear I hear distant footsteps synchronized with the raindrops, as if a spectral presence still roams my garden, leaving behind an ethereal trace. Story 27. As twilight descended, I found myself drawn to forgotten cinema, its marquee a mere whisper of past grandeur. Inside, the darkness enveloped me, broken only by the flickering of an ancient projector. Ghostly images danced upon the weathered screen, telling tales of dreams and heartache lost to time. The air was thick with the nostalgia of popcorn and dust, carrying with it a whispered tale waiting to be heard. Sinking into a worn velvet seat at the back, I surrendered to the enchantment that beckoned me. The rhythmic whirring of the projector became a soothing melody, lulling me into a trance as dust motes pirouetted in the gentle light, weaving cryptic patterns of forgotten lore. In the shadows, subtle movements caught my gaze, a delicate dance of silken veils hinting at mysteries untold. The film played, its scenes painted in shades of gray, yet resonating with a personal touch that tugged at my soul. A mysterious woman, her face veiled in secrecy, wandered through fleeting moments, her search a silent plea etched in elegance and desperation. Whispers brushed past me, carrying cryptic messages on unseen winds. The room's temperature shifted, a ghostly presence lingering in the warm embrace of empty seats. The film unraveled, revealing anomalies that defied logic, a dress changing hues, scenes repeating with subtle nuances, a soundtrack of breaths and sighs that enveloped me in a haunting embrace. In a surreal twist, the woman on screen mirrored my every gesture, a phantom reflection of my own movements. Her hidden face added to the enigma, a puzzle unsolved in the dim theater's hush. The scent of jasmine hung heavy in the air, mingling with the echoes of bygone days, stirring a melancholy that whispered of forgotten melodies. The film shifted, unveiling the theater's past glory, a vibrant audience captured in a moment lost to time. The woman, a spectral presence in each frame, sought a vantage point beyond reach, her quest a silent yearning for closure. A diary, aged and weathered, emerged from the shadows, its pages a testament to an endless search for the elusive perfect ending. With each entry, the writer's voice evolved, yet a familiar elegance threaded through the words, a legacy of longing echoing through the years. The final pages held a cryptic promise, an unfinished tale frozen in time, awaiting resolution. As the film reached its crescendo, the woman turned towards the camera, only to vanish into static, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. In the darkness, I returned the diary to its rightful place, a fleeting touch revealing a presence long gone. The scent of jasmine lingered, then faded, a ghostly farewell in the empty lobby. Through the door's glass panes, a figure in a vintage dress stood in silhouette, a silent sentinel of stories untold. In moments of solitude, the fragrance of jasmine still drifts through my memories, a reminder of unseen eyes watching from the shadows. The cinema's echoes whisper of a perfect ending sought but never found, a tale woven in the tapestry of time, waiting for a kindred spirit to unlock its secrets. Story 28. On a moonlit night deep within the heart of the woods, a forgotten campsite beckoned me with its secrets almost lost to time. The towering pines swayed in a hypnotic dance, their whispers resembling echoes of tales long past. The air, rich with the fragrance of cedar and damp earth, held a promise of hidden mysteries waiting to be unveiled. As I trod softly through the carpet of fallen pine needles, I approached a clearing where remnants of a gathering place lay dormant. Weather-beaten logs encircled an ancient fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a soft, ethereal glow under the moon's gentle gaze. Their luminescence pulsed faintly, as if breathing in rhythm with the night itself. At the edge of the clearing stood the remains of an old cabin, its wooden walls weathered by countless seasons, silvered by the moonlight. Within, the moonlight painted intricate patterns on the floor through gaps in the roof, creating illusions that shifted and transformed when not observed directly. The door swayed slightly ajar, producing a rhythmic creak that blended harmoniously with the murmurs of the pines. Inside, time had woven its own narrative. Dust particles pirouetted in the moonbeams, while the wooden floor creaked beneath my feet, whispering ancient tales with each step. A stone fireplace loomed on one wall, its chimney standing sentinel towards the sky. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had formed cryptic patterns reminiscent of an unknown script. On a small table near the window, an aged journal awaited discovery. Its pages, warped by humidity, exuded a warmth that belied the chill of the night. Opening it tenderly, the crackle of its spine revealed elegant script recounting enigmatic lights among the trees and melodies lost to the wind's embrace. The author chronicled how each twilight the pines engaged in whispered dialogues, sharing tales of wanderers passing through, of the forest's transformations, and of entities lurking within the shadows. The journal spoke of the mushrooms in the fire pit glowing brighter on certain nights, their light pulsating in sync with distant melodies hovering just beyond perception. As I delved into the entries, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. The moonlight took on a silvery hue, casting deeper shadows that seemed to harbor untold depths. The whispers of the pines grew clearer, though their language remained enigmatic. I found myself swaying gently, as if carried by an unseen current, my breath synchronizing with a hidden rhythm in the air. The journal hinted at a peculiar occurrence. On nights of the fullest moon, like the present one, the old fire pit would mirror the sky above, transforming into a liquid shadow despite its dry surface. Intrigued, I ventured back outside, the journal clasped in my hands. The clearing appeared altered, though the nature of its transformation eluded my grasp. The logs formed intricate patterns, and the mushroom's glow intensified subtly. Approaching the fire pit, I confirmed the journal's claim. The ashes shimmered with a reflective sheen, mirroring the celestial expanse with uncanny precision. Yet within that mirrored reflection, a mesmerizing sight unfolded. Amid the mirrored stars, lights foreign to the night sky danced with graceful intent, moving in harmony to an unheard melody. Entranced, I peered closer, feeling a kinship with the pines' whispers, as if on the brink of uncovering their ancient secrets. Seating myself on a weathered log, the journal resting on my lap, I began to transcribe my own observations. Time seemed fluid in this nocturnal realm, blurring the lines between observer and observed. As dawn approached, a gentle mist enshrouded the trees like a silken veil, signaling the transition from night to day. I made a final entry in the journal, recounting the gradual fading of the mushroom's glow, the transformation of whispers into mundane sounds, and the fire pit's return to ash as daylight emerged. Placing the journal back in the cabin, I acknowledged the elusive nature of my experience. The pines continued their murmured conversations, now veering towards commonplace topics. Yet in moments of quiet reflection, I still feel the echoes of that night, the allure of mysteries half revealed and never fully comprehended. The rhythm of that enigmatic evening lingers in my memory, a reminder of the unseen forces that dwell within the depths of the woods, forever hidden yet ever present. Story 29. Deep within the dim recesses of a time-honored library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove nestled behind towering stacks of forgotten manuscripts. The soft luminescence seeping through a weathered window unveiled dusty tomes and relics that murmured of ancient wisdom. The aroma of leather-bound volumes and yellowed parchment permeated the air, enveloping me in a sense of unearthing a clandestine sanctuary of knowledge meant for only the most inquisitive spirits. As the guardian of the library's nocturnal hours, I had grown accustomed to the gentle cadence of the building after dark, the faint creaking of wooden shelves settling, the whisper of wind through age-old vents, and the distant ticking of the grand clock in the main hall. But this hidden alcove felt distinct, as if it lingered in its own realm of time, untouched by the modern world just beyond the library's weather-beaten walls. I found myself drawn to this space during my nightly patrols, observing how the moonlight wove ever-shifting patterns through the intricate leaded window. The dancing shadows seemed to morph into cryptic symbols on the ancient wooden floor, evoking forgotten alphabets of yore. On quiet nights, a hushed stillness embracing the library, I could almost swear I caught the faintest whisper of pages turning, even though I stood alone in this secluded enclave. One evening, while perusing the books lining the walls of my sanctuary, I discerned a peculiar pattern in their arrangement. The well-worn leather spines, smoothed by centuries of hands, seemed to align in a deliberate configuration when viewed from certain angles. The varying heights, subtle hues, and precise positioning hinted at a deliberate design. I dedicated more time to studying these books, meticulously recording their placements and how the moonlight caressed them throughout the night. My flashlight beam would occasionally catch gilded lettering that appeared to shift with the passing hours, unveiling fragments of text in unfamiliar languages. The air within the alcove grew weighty with each passing night, pregnant with the untold tales that lingered within. During my exploration, I stumbled upon a peculiar volume that exuded warmth, as if it had just been cradled by another seeker of knowledge. Its pages remained blank, yet under the midnight glow of my flashlight, faint traces of writing materialized, shimmering and fluctuating before my eyes. The words eluded my grasp, fleeting like the remnants of a dream upon waking. The resonant tolls of the grand clock punctuated my nocturnal investigations as I delved deeper into the enigma of the hidden alcove. Subtle alterations began to manifest, books subtly shifting between visits, the window framing nocturnal scenes that defied logic, and an unshakable sensation of a spectral presence reading over my shoulder. My fellow guardians noticed a transformation in me as well. I spoke of the library's history with an intimacy that hinted at centuries-old familiarity. I found myself comprehending fragments of ancient tongues I had never studied, and my dreams became tapestries woven with visions of expansive halls of knowledge extending beyond the physical confines of the library. The most profound revelation unveiled itself on a wintry night under the full moon's luminance in crystalline skies. Seated in my customary corner, a book dislodged itself from the shelf, unfurling to reveal a detailed chronicle of a clandestine society of librarians who purportedly unlocked the ability to ensconce knowledge not solely in words, but within the very essence of space. They crafted sanctums akin to my alcove repositories where the boundaries between reader and text, past and present, blurred into obscurity. In that moment, I recognized that I had become a part of something beyond my individual self. The alcove had selected me, as it had chosen others before, beckoning me into a lineage stretching back through the annals of time. The whispers that caressed my ears were not mere echoes of an ancient edifice, but the murmurs of countless readers who had sat in this very spot, enriching the collective wisdom enshrined within these hallowed walls. Now, as I pen this account bathed in the soft radiance of my flashlight, I acknowledge that the true nature of the alcove may forever elude me. Its mysteries unfurl at their own pace, akin to words materializing on seemingly blank pages. Yet within this uncertainty, I find solace in the knowledge that somewhere within this venerable library lies a realm where the confines of reality soften, where knowledge flows freely, and where the act of reading transcends the constraints of time and space. I persist in my nightly vigil, safeguarding both the library and its veiled marvels. The alcove bides its time in quiet anticipation, prepared to embrace the next intrepid soul who chances upon its threshold. And on those rare nights when the moon hangs just so, and the silence deepens to a profound hush, I swear I can discern the gentle rustle of pages turning a silent communion between unseen readers, bound by the timeless enchantment of words and the enigmas they enshroud. Story 30. On a misty coastal evening, I ventured to an abandoned pier that stretched out into the dark, restless waters. Etched into a weather-beaten beam were intricate symbols softly glowing under the moon's pale gaze. The salty sea breeze carried a whisper of enigma, and as my fingers traced the marks, it felt as though I held a key to a long-buried secret beneath the tides. The rhythmic lull of waves against worn pillars wove a hypnotic melody, drawing me deeper into introspection. Standing there, I noticed how the wooden planks underfoot seemed to murmur with each step, echoing the footfalls of bygone years. The air hung heavy with the tang of salt and damp wood, mingled with an ancient essence, evoking memories of forgotten tomes and chambers lost to time. I found myself returning to that pier night after night, compelled by an inexplicable tug. Each visit unveiled fresh intricacies in the mysterious symbols' curves that danced in moonlit shadows, lines shaping into new forms with the ebb and flow of the tide. The gentle creak of the planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure daring to breach its realm. During my fifth visit, a peculiar discovery awaited. The air around the marked beam held a noticeable warmth, a stark contrast to the cool maritime breeze. When I pressed my palm against it, the wood pulsed with a gentle heat, synchronizing with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. A subtle yet undeniable sensation, akin to cradling a cup of tea that never cooled. The fog often thickened as I studied the symbols, enfolding me in a soft embrace. Within its veil, sounds dulled and distant, shaping an intimate enclave where time flowed with a languid grace. Sometimes, a faint humming seemed to rise from beneath the pier, harmonizing with the sea's eternal song. One serene night, as I sat by the marked beam, I noticed the water below had stilled to a glassy sheen. Its obsidian surface mirrored the moon with pristine clarity, yet beneath that polished veneer, shadows danced with ethereal purpose. Too fluid to be fish, too grand to be ordinary sea creatures, yet too elusive to discern. The symbols began to weave into my dreams, transforming into maps of uncharted lands or pulsing beneath my touch like living script. I commenced a journal, sketching the symbols as they manifested each night, noting their subtle shifts with the lunar phases. Over weeks, I realized that other visitors to the pier remained oblivious to the markings. Their gazes slid past the beam, perceiving it as mere weathered timber. Even when I attempted to draw attention to them, people merely nodded and redirected the conversation, their eyes evading the enigmatic carvings. The turning point arrived with the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols emitted a faint phosphorescence, casting a gentle azure-green glow that rippled like subaquatic currents. The warm pulse within the wood intensified, the subterranean humming grew clearer, carrying melodic notes akin to a language lost to antiquity. Curious objects began to appear near the marked beam, smooth stones etched with spirals, iridescent shell fragments radiating an inner luminescence, strands resembling silver seaweed that wove delicate filigree patterns. Each item felt like a message, though their meanings remained shrouded. As I pen these words, I acknowledge my entwining with the enigma pervading this place. The symbols have transcended the pier, manifesting in the condensation on my bathroom mirror, in rain patterns etched on my windows, in the swirls of cream in my morning coffee. They no longer signify puzzles to decipher, but rather a dialogue I am slowly deciphering. The pier has transformed beyond a mere structure extending into the sea. It stands as a threshold, a border between the known and the mysterious. The gentle enigma of the symbols persists, unfolding its secrets in measured increments, never fully revealing itself, yet offering morsels to beckon my return night after night. Here, in this place where the mundane mingles with the profound, I've learned to find solace in uncertainty, to embrace the gentle allure of the unknown. As I sit now, observing the fog drift in and feeling the familiar warmth beneath my touch, I comprehend that my role is not to unravel this mystery, but to join its ongoing narrative, adding my voice to the ancient tale whispered in this twilight realm where land meets sea. Story 31. In the hushed stillness of midnight, nestled in my bed, a stray echo reached me, a voice both hauntingly familiar and achingly distant. The soft hum of the air conditioner and the gentle rustle of leaves outside intertwined, creating a spectral harmony that stirred memories of a presence I thought had long departed. That night my bedroom felt transformed. Moonbeams danced across the walls, painting silver patterns that seemed to pulse with a subtle breath. The air itself carried a weight, a sense of anticipation akin to the moments before a storm breaks, when all is poised in quiet readiness. Shadows deepened in the corners, pooling together as if conspiring to share long-held secrets. The voice returned, a whisper on the edge of perception, reminiscent of wind chimes swaying in a gentle breeze, melodic yet tinged with a sorrowful undertone. Slowly I sat up, the blanket slipping away with a soft whisper of fabric. The cool, solid wooden floor beneath my feet grounded me in reality as my thoughts drifted into the realm of the inexplicable. Moving through my home at night had always been a familiar ritual, guided by muscle memory and cautious steps. But on this night, each room exuded an unfamiliar aura. The hallway stretched ahead, its walls seeming to swallow the dim light rather than reflect it. Family photographs observed my passage with distant gazes, their familiar faces appearing more remote than ever. The voice beckoned me towards my study, where rows of books lined the walls in a tapestry of muted colors. My old reading chair sat empty, yet there was an air of expectancy about it, as though it had just been vacated. The leather still retained a hint of warmth, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast a softly pulsating pool of amber light, as if responding to the ethereal whispers that filled the room. A peculiar sight caught my eye. Among my collection of vinyl records a single album slightly askew, its sleeve bearing the marks of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had touched it, but there it stood, like a patient messenger awaiting my attention. The dust cover of the record player was raised, a detail that puzzled me, for I was certain I had closed it the night before. Almost involuntarily, I retrieved the record from its sleeve. The vinyl gleamed under the lamp's light, casting hypnotic circles of reflection that spiraled towards the center, drawing me in. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its groove without my intervention, and a melody began to play, not the expected symphony, but the soothing sound of rain on a tin roof, mingling with distant piano notes that seemed to emanate from the depths of memory itself. The voice intertwined with these sounds, growing clearer as it wove a narrative of summer evenings on a porch swing, of promises whispered beneath starlit skies, and of time slipping away like sand through gentle fingers. My grandmother's antique clock ticked steadily in the corner, each swing of its brass pendulum elongated, stretching time into an eternal moment. It spoke of her conjuring memories of evenings spent listening to her tales, her hands deftly working on needlework as the same lamp bathed us in its warm glow. Did she hold knowledge of this voice? Had she left me a message that was only now beginning to unfurl before me? Subtle shifts in the room's temperature created delicate currents of air, causing the light from the lamp to dance. Shadows took on varying depths of darkness, revealing intricate patterns reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother used to craft, patterns that seemed to conceal profound significances. Sinking into the embrace of my reading chair, I felt the familiar touch of its worn armrests, tracing the grooves left by years of contemplation. The contents of the bookshelves seemed to breathe in sync with the voice, their arrangement subtly shifting. One particular book caught my gaze, a volume of poetry gifted by my grandmother long ago. Its spine glowed faintly in the lamplight, and I realized that the voice was reciting verses I had once read aloud to her in her final days. Time flowed like honey in winter, thick with meaning yet resistant to quantification. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, though its utterances remained just beyond full comprehension. It spoke of connections transcending time, of love echoing through generations, of memories dwelling in the gaps between heartbeats. As dawn crept in, its gray tendrils stretching through the window, the voice began to fade. The record continued its silent revolution, the needle tracing an endless path. The lamp's light flickered once more, and in that instant, a profound realization dawned upon me about the nature of memory and absence, about how certain voices never truly depart, they merely wait for the opportune moment to impart their truths. When morning bathed the room in full light, I found myself still nestled in the reading chair, the record player silent, the lamp extinguished. No tangible evidence of my nocturnal journey remained, except for a lone book of poetry resting open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether what transpired was a dream or reality mattered less than the residual emotions it left in its wake, a sense of connection to something vast and enigmatic, yet intimately known. Though the voice may have faded with the night, its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that certain enigmas are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than elucidated. And in the tranquil moments that followed, I found solace in the ambiguity, in the realm between certainty and curiosity, where the most exquisite mysteries find their dwelling place. Story 32, within the depths of an abandoned mansion frozen in time, a profound silence enveloped me, almost pulsating with a mysterious vitality. In the grand entrance hall, where portraits wore veils of dust and tattered drapes whispered ancient secrets, the quietness exhaled echoes of bygone eras. Every creak of the decaying floorboards and every breath of wind slipping through shattered windows murmured tales long kept hidden, beckoning me to listen. The dwindling afternoon light filtered through worn curtains, painting elongated shadows that waltzed over faded wallpaper. With each soft footfall I took, the air stirred gently, carrying with it the settling dance of dust particles. The fragrance of aged wood and forsaken memories caressed my senses, while in the distance, the soft scrape of branches against glass wove a delicate melody in the stillness. Drawn by an unseen force, I gravitated towards a majestic staircase, its once glistening railing now dulled by the passage of time. Ascending, my hand gliding along the smooth banister, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The dust beneath my touch vanished, revealing pristine sections that gleamed as if freshly polished. The warmth emanating from the wood contradicted the mansion's icy chill, adding to the enigmatic allure of the place. The second floor unveiled a corridor flanked by closed doors, each exuding a distinct aura of anticipation, akin to the hushed interlude between heartbeats. A subtle shift in temperature accompanied my passage past each door. Some areas enveloped me in a gentle embrace of warmth, while others held pockets of cool air, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter. One door cracked open slightly, offering a glimpse of an antiquated study bathed in the golden hues of twilight. Rows of books adorned the walls from floor to ceiling, their faded spines hinting at the vast wisdom they once held. A massive wooden desk commanded the room's center, its surface veiled in a thin coat of dust save for a lone clear spot, a perfect circle, as if an object had been moved recently. Stepping closer, the floorboards sighed beneath my weight. The chair behind the desk sat askew, evoking the sense that its occupant had just departed moments before. Within the pristine circle on the desk's surface, a faint imprint of writing materialized, visible only when caught in the right light. Lining in, I deciphered the cryptic message, "We never truly leave." As the sun descended in its languid farewell, shadows stretched across the study floor, and subtle shifts in the room's atmosphere unfolded. Invisible currents stirred the air, pages of books rustled softly, and a subtle symphony of ambient sounds played out, forming a language just beyond comprehension. Seated in the chair, tracing the intricate grain of the desk, I found solace in the room's newfound warmth, contrasting the cold dampness pervading the rest of the dwelling. Amidst the ethereal sounds, time lost its grip, blurring into a fluid continuum. Minutes or hours slipped by unnoticed as I absorbed the room's essence. The encroaching darkness outside felt more like a comforting embrace, cocooning the study in an intimate embrace. Dancing motes of dust caught in the waning light revealed fleeting patterns that morphed into cryptic symbols and elusive faces, teasing my focus. With the arrival of night, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded. The dust-free circle on the desk emitted a faint, pulsating glow, barely discernible yet palpably present. The luminescence ebbed and flowed like a breath, subtly influencing the room's temperature with each heartbeat. The words, "We never truly leave," shimmered in the darkness, beckoning me to a deeper understanding. Driven by an inexplicable compulsion, I extended my hand to rest within the glowing circle, and a profound tranquility enveloped me. The mansion's silence metamorphosed into a melodic harmony of whispers and murmurs, revealing narratives of those who had sat in that very spot before me. When I rose to depart, I noticed my watch had frozen at some indeterminate moment during my vigil. The darkness of the house now bore a tangible presence, more akin to a sentient being than a mere absence of light. As I retraced my steps through the corridor and descended the stairs, a realization dawned upon me. The mansion's silence had never been vacant. It brimmed with untold stories, patiently awaiting a keen listener. I often ponder returning to that enigmatic mansion, to bask once more in the symphonic silence of the study as night descends. In the quietude of my own abode, I catch faint echoes of that ethereal harmony, a reminder that spaces harbor more than memories. They cradle shards of souls who once traversed them, lingering in the dust and shadows, yearning for recognition. Story 33. On a particularly brisk night, I ventured into an empty train yard at the outskirts of town. The rusted train tracks and silent, decaying engines served as silent witnesses to my presence. Amidst the eerie stillness, a solitary light flickered sporadically atop an ancient signal tower. The scent of rust mingled with the musty aroma of damp concrete, and the stuttering glow throbbed like a heartbeat in the darkness, hinting at forgotten tales of voyages halted long ago. Each step I took on the gravel pathway echoed softly, accompanied by the gentle whisper of wind weaving through hollow train carriages. A peculiar tranquility enveloped the air, settling in the spaces long forsaken by the hands of time. Moths fluttered around the feeble lampposts, casting ethereal shadows that danced across the weathered metal surfaces. Mesmerized, I found myself drawn towards the lone blinking light in the tower, its pulsing rhythm neither regular nor random, but carrying a sense of purpose. The pattern evoked a distant familiarity, akin to an old memory or a partially forgotten reverie. Approaching closer, I observed the darkened windows of the tower, emphasizing the significance of that singular illumination. The slightly ajar door emitted a mournful creak as a gust of wind pushed against it. Crossing the threshold, I sensed a shift in the air, a dense, electrifying anticipation that prickled the hair on my arms. The wooden stairs groaned beneath my weight, releasing a faint scent of aged timber and layers of accumulated dust. Ascending to the top floor, I entered a vintage control room adorned with obsolete equipment. Switches, levers, and dial gauges adorned the walls, their once shining brass and copper now dulled by neglect. Yet my focus was captivated by the source of the enigmatic light, an ancient signal lamp that defied logic by maintaining its mesmerizing pulse. As I stood there, a remarkable realization unfolded before me. The light's rhythm began to synchronize with the gentle ebb and flow of my breath, as though acknowledging my presence. The ambience of the room transformed subtly, fostering an inexplicable connection to this forgotten sanctuary. Whispers of bygone conversations lingered in the cool air, accompanied by the ghostly echoes of train whistles and the phantom commotion of travelers who had traversed this yard in times long past. Nestling into a worn operator's chair, I became entranced by the interplay of light and shadow across the control panel. The rhythmic blinking seemed to narrate a tale of solitary nights, of signals dispatched into the obscurity, of bonds formed and severed. My fingertips traced the weathered edges of the control panel, sensing the lingering warmth of hands that toiled here decades earlier. Time dissolved as I sat there, enveloped in the gentle pulsation of light and the melodic symphony of nocturnal sounds. The distant hoot of an owl melded with the whisper of wind through fractured windows, composing a lullaby of solitude. I discerned a shift in the light's pattern, a transformation into a more intricate sequence, akin to a code. In that moment, a realization washed over me, sending a delicate shiver down my spine. I was not merely observing the light, it was observing me. Not menacingly, but with the patient curiosity of something ancient and sentient. The glow of the signal lamp extended towards me, casting warm tendrils of light that etched stories on the walls in Morse code shadows. As the night deepened, I stumbled upon logbooks filled with faded script, detailing the passage of trains through the yard, each entry more captivating than the last. The concluding entry, dated decades ago, bore a cryptic message: "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a series of dots and dashes had been meticulously inscribed, a message that eluded my comprehension, yet resonated within my soul. Upon my eventual departure from the tower hours later, the light persisted in its steadfast pulsation behind me. I harbored the certainty that I would return, beckoned by the enigma of that solitary beacon in the shadows. On tranquil evenings, I sometimes catch myself synchronizing my breath with the remembered cadence of that light, pondering if somewhere in that forsaken yard it continues to flicker its age-old message into the night. The tale of the flickering light remains unresolved in my thoughts, akin to a half-remembered dream. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered, their allure residing not in their unraveling, but in the enigmas they leave lingering in our minds, as gentle as the flutter of moth wings against a window pane. Story 34. On a hazy evening, as I meandered through the labyrinth of city streets, a peculiar rhyme caught my eye etched onto a weathered brick wall. The verses, worn yet melodic, hummed with a mysterious tune that seemed to seep into the very fabric of the urban landscape. The cool breeze carried the earthy scent of rain-kissed concrete, wrapping me in a cocoon of tranquility, as if the city itself whispered ancient secrets to those willing to listen. Approaching the wall, I traced the fading words with my fingertips, feeling a subtle vibration beneath my touch. The ink appeared neither fresh nor entirely faded, existing in a realm between reality and memory. A soft gust of wind swept through the narrow alley, rustling fallen leaves and carrying distant echoes of lives lived. It was then I noticed the enigmatic anomaly. Each line of the rhyme bore a distinct handwriting, as if penned by multiple contributors across time. Some letters flowed with graceful curves, while others stood rigid and precise, yet together they harmonized in an eerie unity. The street lamps flickered to life, casting a warm glow that danced with the shadows on the wall as night descended. Retrieving my phone to illuminate the text, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The words seemed to shift under the artificial light, rearranging themselves before my eyes. I blinked in disbelief, questioning the reality before me. In the growing darkness, I committed the verses to memory, their meaning effortlessly ingrained in my mind as if they had always resided there, waiting to be uncovered rather than learned. The rhyme spoke of shadows as companions, memories dwelling in the spaces between moments, and a music only the walls could perceive. Night after night, the allure of the wall beckoned me back, its verses haunting my dreams and thoughts, intertwining with my very essence. I observed passers-by, their hands skimming the bricks in a trance-like state, as if attuned to a melody just beyond my grasp. With time, similar rhymes emerged on various walls throughout the city, forming a cryptic network of interconnected verses, a poetic tapestry woven by unseen hands. Capturing each new discovery through photographs, I noted a peculiar resistance as the images blurred, as if the essence of the rhyme defied capture. Delving deeper into the mystery, my perception shifted subtly. The urban soundscape morphed into rhythmic melodies, traffic hummed harmoniously, and raindrops composed a cryptic code in the symphony of the city. On silent nights, I stood before the original wall, where the rhyme first captivated me. The words lingered in that threshold between existence and illusion, drawing strangers with a shared curiosity. We stood in silent communion, united by an unspoken bond, each entranced by the whispers of a bygone era when cities breathed and streets sang with the echoes of souls long departed. The rhyme adapted with the changing seasons, shimmering in the summer heat, fluid in autumn rains, and crystalline under winter frost, a living testament to the city's pulse. To this day I revisit the wall, the verses etched in my mind like an ancient incantation. New lines occasionally materialize, expanding the family of handwriting styles, a testament to the ongoing evolution of the enigmatic poem. The rhyme's impact varied among readers. Some departed with serene smiles, while others bore a pensive gaze that lingered. Many, like myself, returned time and again, drawn by an intangible allure that hinted at undiscovered depths within those aged words. The mystery remained unsolved, a reminder that amidst a world demystified by science and technology, hidden enigmas still lurked in the shadows, waiting to be unraveled by those who dared to listen. As night enveloped the city in its nocturnal embrace, I pondered the unknown authors whose collective handwriting adorned the walls. Were they still out there, weaving their endless tale? Did they too seek solace in the whispers of brick and mortar, searching for that elusive melody that bound us together in a shared narrative? Perhaps in the quiet moments between heartbeats, we crossed paths like ships in the night, united by the unspoken language of the city, part of a story that inscribed itself in the margins of our urban existence. Story 35. High above the bustling city, a hidden rooftop garden revealed itself to me, nestled atop an abandoned building. Soft lanterns illuminated the vibrant greenery and blooming flowers, casting a mesmerizing glow that seemed to defy earthly logic. The mingling scents of blossoms and rain whispered tales of enchantment, creating a sanctuary where the chaos of the urban world met the gentle touch of magic. One autumn evening, as the sky faded into velvety darkness and the scent of fallen leaves lingered in the air, a mysterious light caught my eye from my apartment window. It pulsed like a breath, beckoning me with its alluring radiance. Night after night, I found myself drawn to observe the garden from afar, captivated by the dance of light and shadows that played among the foliage. After weeks of silent observation, a concealed stairwell unveiled itself to me, leading me to the rooftop sanctuary. The metal door opened effortlessly, revealing a realm suspended between reality and dreams. Mist curled around me as I stepped onto the weathered wooden planks, each creak releasing the fragrance of rain-soaked cedar. The garden itself was a marvel beyond comprehension. Unseen flowers swayed in an unfelt breeze, emitting a gentle glow that painted the air in ethereal pastels. Lanterns hung from ancient iron posts, their light a soft, celestial glow akin to starlight captured in morning dew. As I wandered deeper into this enchanted oasis, peculiar details caught my attention. The plants seemed to acknowledge my presence, their leaves subtly shifting to follow my movements. The air filled with the intoxicating perfume of night-blooming flowers, each blossom elusive and ever-changing, as if shrouded in mystery. A tranquil pond mirrored the enigmatic lights, its surface occasionally rippling without cause. Peering into its depths, I glimpsed patterns of light swirling like fleeting thoughts on the edge of consciousness. The water held a warmth that defied the cool evening air, releasing bubbles of light that vanished into the mist. Time itself warped within the garden's confines. Minutes stretched into hours, yet hours slipped away like fleeting moments. Night after night I returned, drawn by a comforting presence that enveloped me in tranquility. Sometimes I brought books or journals, but words seemed unnecessary in the embrace of the garden's peaceful aura. One evening I stumbled upon a weathered stone bench hidden behind cascading vines aglow with gentle light. Intricate symbols adorned its surface, shifting and morphing with each glance, hinting at untold stories just beyond reach. The garden's music, a whispered symphony of forgotten melodies, wove through the air, emanating from the very essence of the flowers and the stars above. Its soothing cadence defied description, like the whisper of wind or the touch of moonlight. Occasionally I found traces of others who had visited before me, a glowing button, a warm brass key, a script that changed languages when unobserved. These remnants hinted at a silent community that shared this ethereal space, yet I remained alone in its enchanting embrace. Seasons shifted and the garden transformed in ways that defied nature. Flowers bloomed in hues unseen, leaves danced out of season, and the mist and gentle glow remained constant, a beacon of magic in the ever-changing world below. I continue to visit the sanctuary, surrendering to its mysteries without seeking answers. Some enigmas are better left as whispers of wonder, threads to be woven into the tapestry of the unknown. The rooftop garden has become my refuge, where reality and dreams intertwine, time flows like honey, and the world below fades into insignificance. Amidst the luminescent blooms, reflections in the lanterns hint at other hidden gardens, each a secret haven between the known and the mysterious. Perhaps, I muse, these sanctuaries exist to be discovered by those in need, calling out like a heartbeat in the night. Though the garden's magic eludes comprehension, its essence lingers as a reminder that some mysteries are meant to be embraced rather than unraveled. In this elevated realm above the city, I've learned that peace thrives not in answers, but in the acceptance of unanswered questions. Story 36. In the dead of night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade on the outskirts of town. The neon lights flickered erratically, casting a ghostly glow over the dusty game machines. Amidst the eerie silence, a soft, rhythmic hum resonated from the shadows. The faint aroma of stale popcorn and faded excitement lingered in the air, as if the arcade retained echoes of joyful laughter and wistful reminiscences. Running my fingers along the weathered plastic surfaces of the game cabinets, I felt the intricate textures buried beneath layers of dust accumulated over time. Each step I took left delicate imprints in the thin carpet of gray powder blanketing the floor. The sound of my breath intertwined with the low electrical hum, creating a strangely comforting cadence. In the dim light, I could discern the faded artwork on the machines, fantastical realms and characters now reduced to spectral outlines. Some screens still flickered faintly, displaying fragmented images that danced like ethereal visions. One game in particular captured my attention, an ancient racing simulator with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that seemed to shift imperceptibly on its own. As I ventured further into the arcade, the temperature plummeted noticeably. The hum intensified, evolving into a melodious tune, akin to a distant choir singing in perfect harmony. I found myself swaying gently to the hypnotic rhythm, my footsteps blending seamlessly with the mysterious melody. The air was pregnant with potential, as if the boundary between reality and fantasy had blurred in this forgotten realm. A narrow corridor led me to what appeared to be the maintenance area, adorned with vintage posters promoting long-forgotten games. Each step I took elicited whispers from the aged floorboards, harmonizing with the arcade's enigmatic symphony. The humming seemed to react to my presence, fluctuating in pitch and intensity as I progressed. At the end of the corridor loomed an old wooden door, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuit patterns. The brass handle exuded an unexpected warmth, and as I turned it, the humming surged, enveloping my senses. The door swung open, revealing a small chamber bathed in a soothing blue light. Arcade motherboards adorned the walls, their LED lights blinking in cryptic sequences. At the room's center stood an archaic computer terminal, its screen alive with scrolling text, a fusion of game code and something ancient and profound. The humming emanated from the machine, pulsing in undulating waves that caused dust particles to twirl in the air like miniature constellations. Mesmerized, I settled into the creaking operator's chair, captivated by the hypnotic display. The text on the screen began to form patterns, almost decipherable, akin to recalling a dream upon waking. My fingers hovered over the yellowed keyboard, and instinctively I began to type. The humming synchronized with the rhythm of my keystrokes, creating a harmonious duet between man and machine. Time lost its grip within that confined space. The blue light seemed to permeate my very being, while the humming reverberated within my bones. I penned what felt like ancient sagas, unrealized game worlds, and forgotten dreams. In response, the machine unveiled its own narratives, conveyed through fragments of code and bursts of static that resonated with profound clarity. When I rose from the chair, my limbs felt stiff, though the passage of time eluded me. The humming had melded with my essence, noticeable only through its subtle modulations. The arcade no longer felt forsaken, but expectant. The game cabinet stood sentinel, their screens hinting at uncharted realms awaiting creation. Tracing my path back through the arcade, I trailed my fingertips along the machines. Each responded with a gentle surge of energy to my touch, harmonizing with the ceaseless hum. The racing game's steering wheel now motionless, yet its screen depicted a road stretching into infinity, bathed in the glow of a digital dawn. Pausing at the entrance, I glanced back one final time. The neon lights had ceased their erratic dance and now radiated a warm, steady glow. The arcade's hum had evolved into a tranquil purr, akin to a slumbering electronic beast content in its dreams. I knew then that I would return, lured by the musical silence and the promise of undiscovered tales waiting in the liminal space between games. Stepping outside, the hum persisted as a gentle vibration in my chest, a reminder of the night's enigmatic symphony. In the hushed moments before dawn, I can still sense its beckoning, the perfect fusion of memory and mystery, forever resonating in the deserted arcade. Story 37. On a cloudy afternoon, I set out to explore a long-forgotten quarry nestled on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The expanse before me exuded a sense of serenity, yet tinged with a mysterious aura. The wind weaved through the rugged rocks, eliciting soft, haunting whispers that seemed to carry tales of ages past. The air was laced with the fragrance of weathered stone and lingering dampness, creating an atmosphere of ancient wisdom intertwined with fleeting moments. Venturing deeper into the quarry, my footsteps reverberated gently on the worn paths, stirring up wisps of pale dust that pirouetted in the subdued light filtering through the overcast sky. The temperature dropped as I descended further, accompanied by a subtle sweetness reminiscent of dew-kissed blossoms after a spring rain. Abandoned places always beckoned me, but this quarry held a unique allure, a subtle, pulsating energy that seemed to radiate from its very essence. The towering stone walls, standing sentinel-like around me, bore witness to eons of human toil, yet whispered of a deeper, ancient presence. Turning a corner, my gaze fell upon a curious sight. Nestled amidst climbing vines, an old wooden door stood, its weathered facade hinting at secrets untold. What captivated me was not the door itself, but the vines swaying in a rhythmic, almost breathing motion, detached from the wind's sway. Approaching the enigmatic door cautiously, my fingertips grazed the cool stone wall beside it. The mingling scents in the air intensified a blend of sweetness and earthiness, reminiscent of freshly upturned soil. A subtle shift in the quarry's ambience caught my attention. The natural echo seemed to transform into a melodic hum, a silent song sung by the very stones surrounding me. The door, devoid of a handle, bore intricate carvings that seemed to twist and shift with each glance. Time lost its hold in that ethereal space, the sky darkening imperceptibly as minutes blurred into hours. The quarry's whispers grew more defined, akin to muffled conversations overheard from afar. Mesmerized, I found myself seated on a smooth boulder near the door, entranced by the vine's gentle dance and the underlying pulse of energy permeating the air. As twilight descended, faint lights emerged from the quarry's depths, moving with purpose in a celestial ballet. Their dance mirrored the door's carvings, creating a silent symphony of light and shadow. The sweet fragrance intensified, enveloping me in a weightless embrace, as if the very air cradled my form. The quarry's murmurs evolved into a harmonious blend of stone and wind, punctuated by enigmatic sounds echoing through the expanse. Upon rising to depart, a subtle change caught my eye. The door had shifted slightly, a warm light seeping through its edges. The vines, now reaching out with a soft glow, continued their mesmerizing rhythm, beckoning with a silent invitation. Though I refrained from touching the door that day, I found myself drawn back to the quarry time and again. I would linger for hours, entranced by the interplay of light and shadow, attuned to the whispered secrets of the stone. The door remained a constant enigma, forever changing in imperceptible ways, shrouded in mystery. The unanswered question of what lay beyond lingered in my thoughts, yet I came to realize that some mysteries are meant to remain veiled. The quarry held its secrets close, divulging them through whispers and subtle hints, the gentle sway of vines, the soft glow of hidden lights. Perhaps the true enchantment lay not in unlocking the door's mysteries, but in embracing its enigmatic presence. In my dreams, I would return to that sacred space, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath me and the coolness of the air against my skin. The quarry's murmurs would weave a soothing melody, guiding me into slumber, a lullaby of stone and time, a reminder of the ethereal realm where reality and imagination intertwine. The door stood steadfast, ensconced in its tapestry of breathing vines, neither barring nor welcoming passage. And the quarry continued its timeless dialogue with time, narrating stories in whispers and lights, in shadows and scents, beckoning those willing to listen with open hearts and tranquil minds. Story 38. On a misty evening, I strolled past an abandoned playground where rusted swings swayed gently in the breeze. In the hushed air, a faint, almost imperceptible laughter lingered, a distant echo of joyous voices that once frolicked there. The mingling scents of damp grass and aged metal intertwined, leaving me with a haunting feeling that the playground still held onto memories of happiness long faded into the mists of time. I felt drawn to the weathered bench near the slide, its wooden surface worn smooth by generations of parents who had watched their children play. The playground equipment's metal framework cast elongated shadows in the dim light, forming shifting patterns that danced at the edge of my vision. A soft wind whispered through the surrounding trees, carrying the earthy fragrance of autumn leaves on its breath. Initially, I convinced myself that I was merely taking a different route home, seeking solitude for reflection after a weary day. Yet there was something about the tranquil isolation of the playground that beckoned to me, prompting my return night after night. Each visit unveiled new layers to its enigmatic ambience, making the playground my sanctuary, a place where time seemed to ebb and flow in its own mysterious rhythm. During a particularly serene evening, as I sat on my familiar bench, I noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the carousel. Though untouched by human hands, the metal horse figures shimmered with an unusual warmth, as if freshly caressed by eager children. A subtle static energy enveloped them, reminiscent of lingering echoes of children's laughter suspended in the silence between sounds. As weeks passed, I began to discern subtle shifts within the playground. Swings would sway gently without any breeze, and ephemeral footprints would materialize in the morning dew, only to vanish with the rising sun. The metal slide, chilled by evening mist, occasionally felt unexpectedly warm to the touch, as though someone had recently slid down its gleaming length. I started to keep a notebook, cataloging these peculiar occurrences. With each observation, hidden patterns emerged. The phantom laughter, once barely audible, seemed to adhere to a clandestine schedule, teasingly audible during specific twilight hours, especially when the full moon illuminated the mist drifting from the nearby woods. The laughter lingered at the edge of perception, like a whisper woven into a dream, never quite loud enough to be distinctly heard. While other park visitors, mostly dog walkers and joggers, passed through obliviously, their gazes skimming over the playground equipment as if it were invisible. I became attuned to the playground's secrets. I realized that this place held a unique essence, one that unveiled itself solely to those willing to listen attentively and observe with open eyes. One evening, a small red ball appeared atop the carousel platform, perfectly motionless. As I drew near, it rolled slightly, nudged by an unseen force. A palpable sense of anticipation enveloped the air, and for a fleeting moment I fancied I heard children's songs hummed just beyond the threshold of hearing. The ball traced a perfect circle around the carousel's central pole, each revolution steeped in mystery and wonder. That night I lingered longer than usual, watching as the moon ascended high above the trees. The playground equipment cast shifting shadows that seemed to possess a life of their own, while the swings swayed in harmony, weaving a mesmerizing rhythm that mirrored the beat of my heart. The elusive laughter, though still unheard, swelled in presence, enveloping me in a comforting embrace. In that moment, a profound realization washed over me. This playground was not haunted in the conventional sense. It was ensconced in a moment of pure joy, preserved and frozen in time. The laughter, though elusive, resonated with the echoes of every child who had ever reveled in play here, their happiness imprinted upon the very fabric of this space like a photograph capturing fleeting light. The enigmatic phenomena were not meant to startle, but to serve as gentle reminders of the enchantment that thrives in places where innocence and imagination once reigned supreme. Even now, months later, I faithfully visit my special sanctuary nearly every evening, attuned to the subtle signals that herald the crescendo of inaudible laughter and ethereal mist, a specific hue of twilight, a breathless anticipation in the air. Sometimes I bring a book and read aloud in the quiet company of the empty playground. On those nights, the swings sway with purpose, the carousel horses seem to stand taller, and the laughter, though still beyond reach, feels intimately near. This tale remains mine alone, safeguarded like a cherished secret, for I have come to treasure this clandestine bond with a place suspended between memory and magic. The playground has imparted a profound lesson that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced and honored through experience. And so, I continue my nocturnal sojourns, content to be an audience to a spectacle unfolding in whispers and shadows, accompanied by laughter that resonates just beyond the grasp of mortal ears.